takes, actually, he took it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, you could do that, or,
I think there's a function where you can just erase the whole line. That determines how fine. Like if you want a thicker line and a fine line, that's the point. And
it'll do it even if you don't touch eraser,
you see, you're teaching me
just with
something.
that. That's cool.
And so you can, have separate folders for each note and I, right now, it's one
We're ready to
massive
get rolling.
document, so I
Is it
have to
working?
tie.
Oh, just split it.
We're back in session? Back in session. Events Committee, Derek?
No update.
Property Committee, Jim?
Nothing other than I got a message today that Parks and Rec will be painting the soccer fields for upcoming play.
Yeah.
Other than that, that's all I've got right now.
Kim, financials?
Start with the general fund. And these numbers are as of January 31st, 2022. The Bank of Oak Ridge checking has $23,239.29. Our Cedars and the Bank of Oak Ridge for the general fund total $2,558,557.27.38. We did renew one CDR this past in January. The Fidelity Bank checking has $541,547.34. Our petty cash, we have $150. And the total for our reimbursement for the month of January for our shared overhead expense is $19,140.80. And Gary's salary that the general fund pays, the water enterprise reimburses the general fund for that, was $452.35. That also includes FICA, the employer side. So the total due to the general fund from the water is, for the month of January, is $19,593.15. And that is for the water, the general fund. We also started the health insurance, started January 1 for the 2 full-time employees for the month of January. And then dental, vision, and short-term disability went into effect February 1. So those are also, will be included next month. For the water enterprise account, the CDRs at the Bank of Oak Ridge total $499,581.12. Our checking account with Fidelity is $607,470.81. The capital reserve totals $154,675.59. The North Carolina Management Trust Fund is $522,513.23. Our regular savings with Fidelity is $45,048.79. For the month of January, our accounts receivable for water sales, just for the month of January, is $24,192.93. Our total accounts receivable water sales is $26,893.37. We transferred $6,000 for the month of January for the capital reserve fund. We transferred that from the checking from the water enterprise over to the capital reserve fund account with Fidelity as well. And that is all that I have, unless anyone has any questions.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a quick comment?
Sure.
Last month, I had heard that the 3 northwest towns, Oak Ridge, Summerfield, and Stokesdale, had all received $50,000 grants this year from the state in the state budget. In fact, I saw on the internet where Representative Faircloth and Hardister had visited Oak Ridge and Summerfield in their town council meetings and presented those big ceremonial checks that, of course, you can't take to the bank, but they look good for photo ops, I guess. But I called Representative Hardister because they were on our agenda to get our $50,000. So I spoke with him this morning, and and we had a really good conversation. He said, the good news is we got the grant. The bad news is we didn't get the grant, but the good news is that we did get the grant. So what he meant by that was, I said, help me out, John, I'm struggling here. He said there was an administrative error that, where Stokesdale was left out, and the budget staff forgot to type a code for the town of Stokesdale. But Representative Hardister and Faircloth have already spoken with the senior chair of the Appropriations Committee, and they've rectified the mistake, and we should get that $50,000 grant sometime in June or July. He and Representative Faircloth sent their apologies, and I told him that was cool, and so we should look forward to seeing them in June and July with a $50,000 check. I told him to make sure the size of that check is bigger than Summerfield's in Oak Ridge, even though the amount will be the same. So that's a good news for us, a small town development grant that we should receive.
Excellent.
In a few months.
Thanks, Derek.
Yep.
Citizens' comments. Recognize our former mayor, Mr. John Flint.
John Flint, 8133 Blues Creek Road, Stokesdale. I'm glad to see NCDOT making a report. The last 4 years, we attended a workshop with DOT officials. We had several meetings with some of the division engineers and things like that. It's my understanding that the 158 bypass has had a significant change in the priority, and that's probably something that's in the 10, 20-year delay on that. But one of the things they were going to do, I think sometime about probably about this time last year, they were talking about, instead of doing the 158 bypass, they were going to look at doing improvements on the intersections in Stokesdale, specifically 158 65, 158 68, down at 68 and 65, and maybe some on Ellisburg Road. And they were going to report back in the fall, but they never did. So I'm glad to do that. But one of the issues, I hope if you're going to talk about that tonight, would be the stretch from 65 from the old by right at the intersection of 158 and 65 down to 68 and 65. They wanted to make that the main focus for the transfer trucks and the trucks. Take the truck traffic off of 68 and downtown 158. One of the concerns we had is they wanted to increase the speed limit on that road from 35 to 55. And that's a almost exclusively residential. There's some farms on that that stretch of land, but I live at that on that road. I live at the intersection of Ellisburg Road and Blues Creek Road, and for a long time that was considered one of the most dangerous intersections in Guilford County. There's been a number of wrecks there, but I dare say that 75% of the traffic on that road goes in excess of 35. It's not uncommon for most people to be doing 55 to 65. So if you increase the limit to 55 on that road and you put all the truck traffic, I hope you buy everybody's property on that road, because it's going to be unsafe to live on that road. A lot of those homes date back to the 30s and the 40s. They're very close to the roads, so if you widen it, whether it be a 3-lane road or a 4-lane road, that's going to be a tough situation for those people. So I hope you'll address that, and I hope you'll consider that. And the last point on that, at one point in time, twin trailers were prohibited or limited to only use U.S. highways, 158. And I can tell you they still use that as a shortcut from 68 to 158. And I guess the police or highway patrol, sheriffs don't really enforce that like they should. But if you open that up to truck traffic and you allow the twin trailers, it's really going to be concern. And so I, as a resident of Stokesdale and as a property owner on that street, I just hope that you'll consider the impact that truck traffic, if you put all the trucks on that road, would have on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I can attest to the danger of that intersection myself. In 2009, it cost me a Tahoe. Lady took my Tahoe out with a little Toyota. I was lucky, very lucky, but it is a dangerous intersection for sure.
How are you gonna get from 158? You gonna widen?
Would you like to speak?
Yeah, I would.
Eileen,
Sandra, she'll introduce herself.
okay.
Okay. My concern is, I know Mr. Flint has property.
Ma'am, would you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Sandra Dunnigan. I live in Marshallwood. My address is 8210 Windygale Drive, Stokesdale, 27357. Okay. 158, I understand your concern, but where are the trucks going? 65, 68, how are they gonna get from 158 that they're expanding or Blues Creek Road over past the developments? They've got to end up somewhere. So the state, I don't know, Mr. Kettner, I've talked to you several times, and I apologize for calling you something else. No, I don't mean bad, I just mispronounced it. But, you know, they say it's too expensive to create another road. But either way you go, it's gonna be congested. It's gonna affect Springdale, it's gonna affect Lester Road, Marshallwood. You know, I don't know how you're gonna solve it because a lot of businesses are coming in. Also, the schools are gonna expand. And just widen the road, what good is that? What good is it to put a divider in? I mean, those are questions I have. If you're gonna take our property, part of it, in 5 or 10 years, the economy is exploding close to the airport, what's gonna happen then? You know, you're gonna have to have a 4-lane somewhere. And how are you gonna get the trucks all the way around to get on 220 or 73? I just don't understand. So I hope you address my concerns. All right. I have a lot more questions, but I'll leave it up to you to answer. If not, I'll talk again for the people.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I address one thing that the
Please.
former mayor brought up? I was just looking at the GIS maps for twin trucks. So they are allowed up 158 to 65 to 73 and then out 158 that way. They're not allowed, they'll never be allowed on 68 north of 73, which is at the airport, all the way to 158 and 68. So they're permanently kind of banned from that section, but they are allowed now to come up legally through 65, 158 to 65. So, I mean, the only way you're gonna stop that, like I say, is another road or get DOT to restrict that access.
All right. Eileen? There you are.
You have my name and address there, but you want me to say it again? Eileen Theory, 8101 Meadow Springs Place, and that's in Stokesdale. I'm just a little bit upset about the cavalier attitude about the people who live on 65. There are a lot of older people there that have owned those houses for generations. And I wonder how they're going to take trying to get out of their driveways and even living their life. So I would hope that there's maybe another option. And the other thing is going to be very interesting. We have people that barely know what a signal on a car is. You know, if you're going to make a right, let me know, okay? You're going to make a left, okay? So now we're going to have a turnaround when I come out to go south. Now, I know there's another entrance in our subdivision, but you're going to be piling cars down that street where kids live just to avoid that turnaround. And especially in the morning when men are going to work. Almost everybody goes south in my development when they're going to work. So what you're doing there is you're infringing on people's rights. And I know that roads are important, but I think people are too. And I don't see the big need for this right now, but I guess the DOT doesn't realize that we have roads that should be repaired before we worry about making things bigger. So I just hope that this is not a permanent decision that you've made, because we had a different one at one time. Am I right, Derek? Didn't we have a different route that was planned?
Well, for the Highway 158 bypass,
Yeah,
that'll be addressed tonight as well.
right.
To my knowledge, that has come off the priority list and no longer even planned beyond or within a 10-year period. If you're speaking, you're speaking of 68 in
Yeah.
your development, I believe that project is relatively new, say in the last 2.5 years. I'm gonna, before the DOT speaks, I'm gonna read some information that might kind of hopefully segue better into their presentation.
Okay, and then my other question is, are we going to have those ugly walls like they have in Summerfield? I mean, that brought me back to New York, because if you drive on the expressway in New York, that's all you see is these walls. And I never thought they were appropriate for living in Stokesdale. So I'm finished, and thank you for putting up with me.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark Nadell.
My name is Mark Nadell, 8211 Wendy Gale Drive in Stokesdale. First of all, let me say I'd like to see a wall on the southern border and not on 68. Anyway, good evening, council.
Good evening.
I'm addressing you this evening to follow up on the action that you took at the January 2022 council meeting with regard to appointing the new planning board. I've had the opportunity to meet with Mayor Crawford, as well as speak with Councilman Landreth on this subject. I was informed by Mayor Crawford during our meeting he did not have any knowledge of the history or process and would look into this matter and get back to me. Councilman Landreth and I had a very good conversation, and after supplying him with a copy of the Planning Board rules and regulations, I was looking forward to seeing this added to this month's agenda. On February 6, 2022, I sent a follow-up email to Mayor Crawford and Councilman Landreth requesting this subject be added to tonight's agenda. My concern here is the council is not consistent with their actions following the process that I was forced to follow when appointed to the Planning Board. When I was appointed to the Planning Board, I was voted in as an alternate by council, even though I had been attending Planning Board meetings for over a year. I was informed that there was a very specific process I had to follow. I would first have to be voted in as an alternate by the town council, which was done, and it should attend the Planning Board meetings as is stated in the Rules and Regulations and Procedures, Section 2, Paragraph E. Only then would I be qualified to move up as a full sitting member. At that time, the Planning Board Chairman, Mr. Louie, and Town Clerk, Ms. Hauk, informed me alternates would be moved up to a full-time position based on their attendance record to previous meetings. The alternates who had the best attendance record would be chosen as full-time positions. Over the years of attending Planning Board meetings, the procedures I've mentioned have been utilized. That is not what took place at the January 2022 council meeting when the new Planning Board was established. 2 new full-time planning board members were appointed at January's council meeting, not using the process that has been in place for years and on the rules and procedures that are printed by the town. I'd appreciate the council to review your choices and reset the planning board membership accordingly. By utilizing that process that's been used in the past, that will send a clear message that town council is acting consistently and fairly with all involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
And I have, if anyone's interested, a copy of the Stokesdale Planning Board Rules and Procedures. I'm not sure if everyone has it. I know Councilman Landreth has one. I had supplied it. Would you like a copy?
Yeah, I would, thank you.
Absolutely. I have one for everybody. Very specific as to what and how it works.
Would you like to speak? Just,
I really don't want to get up.
well, it's out of order if you don't.
Hey.
You may. You may, if it's good.
My name is Mary Carroll. I live at 8100 Highway 68 North. And I have a couple of questions. They're talking about these transfer trucks. I came to a meeting here whenever, and I asked the town of Stokesdale to put up a sign to tell these truckers to stop at jet lag or whatever it is. Whatever. It's noisy. You're laying down trying to go to sleep, and they do that. Just to tell them they can't do that no more. I couldn't even get that much done. And another thing I would like to know is, can you stop me being harassed by everybody wanting to buy my house? I've had
4
people,
calls a day.
at least, I told one guy, did he see a for sale sign in my yard? I told him I had no plan to moving. My next move is to the grave. I'm there to stay.
I can
Had
answer that
one
last
guy-
question with a no.
Speak, Mike.
I can answer that last question with a no. We
I
can't do
asked-
anything to
One
stop it.
guy asked me if I would know in the next 2 years, if I would want to sell.
Call me then.
How do they know more about what's going on in my neighborhood than I know? And I'm living right here.
Public records. It's all there.
So
It's all
I-
there.
I don't want to move. I've done this one time. I was on 220 when it widened. And it's not a pleasant trip. You don't make money because you got to go out and find another place to live if they take your house. So I'm just, hope y'all wait till I'm gone and let my daughter follow.
Block the number if you can. Block the number if you can. Jim, do you want to speak to the air
understand-
brakes? I'm sorry.
Understand that we don't have anything to do with the roads. We've got them to come in and talk about them, but we can't make a hill of beans on what happens on the road. We wish we could. But, you know, as far as any power that we have, we don't have power over the roads whatsoever.
Well,
You know, I get those same letters and calls all the time. If I could stop them, I'd stop them for all of us. You know,
we're getting
yeah,
package mail now,
yep.
you know.
You're a citizen. You can actually speak to DOT and request those signs you're talking about. Now, we can as a,
Would y'all stop at one?
If I'm not mistaken, the town can actually pass an ordinance, a noise ordinance.
Well, let me address that. We can pass an ordinance, but we have no enforcement arm here in the town. So the highway patrol would not have the jurisdiction to enforce a town ordinance. The only thing the highway patrol can enforce is DOT ordinances, and I don't think there's any DOT ordinances dealing with sound. I think they're all dealing with access and roads and so I agree. I hear everything from Stoke Ridge and everybody going up 68 and
Yeah.
loud noise too, but
I live over here and I hear it.
yeah, the only way I think
drive
we could do it,
trucks?
the only thing like I said, I think we could do would be some articulation agreement between us and the sheriff's department to enforce it, but then you're gonna get into, I mean, first of all, I highly doubt they're gonna follow your sign at night, and, you know, they probably make them mad and they probably do it just to spite you. But, I mean, you know, the sheriff's department's probably gonna be the only enforcement arm if we could, you know, get that through. But I'm just being real. I mean, we could put a sign up, but, we wouldn't have any enforcement arm since the town doesn't have a police department. So,
they can speed or whatever on that road.
well, the Howard Patrol can enforce, the Howard Patrol enforces that, but a town ordinance, the patrol doesn't have jurisdiction on. So it has to be the town itself. So that's the dilemma. The speeding is a state law, but an ordinance like that you're talking about would be a city ordinance or a town ordinance.
Danny O'Connor?
Good evening, Dan O'Connor, 7565 Barbera. I appreciate the time to speak. I actually wanted to speak about Northwest High School, a little bit different topic. Since I moved here, my son started the 8th grade in the middle school. We missed Stokesdale because he was already of age, and I got involved right away like I always do in my son's schools wherever we live. And I was very happy with the middle school. I jumped in, I helped them. I'm proud to say my donation helped their teachers sleep on the roof when they had a thing going on to raise money through the PTSO. And then one day they asked me to go over to the high school and help them with an issue. And I walked into the high school and virtually I was disgusted by it. The school was filthy. The doors, which I'm not sure if these communities know, but the doors didn't even lock at night. So there's no security on the school. Things were broken. Mud would come down the hill from the old building towards the new building. And, basically what I did is, I put my money where my mouth is, and I went to Lowe's, and I worked a deal with Lowe's on Battleground and bought a bunch of supplies and started fixing the wood benches and the fencing and, things that really are general maintenance items that I was shocked that aren't being taken care of. There's now a new principal in the school, and she's very good. Got a lot done, but the problem is they're limited. So the PTSO, run by Melissa Stallings, who's phenomenal, in case anyone knows her, came up with an idea because they have these temporary classrooms. And these temporary classrooms were built somewhere probably between 25 and 30 years ago as temporary classrooms. And what happens is the school's overcrowded. The towns of Summerfield, Oak Ridge, and Stokesdale basically make decisions on farmland and different pieces of land and whatever's, going to get developed. And we see that going on. And obviously those developments are going to add to the schools and just increase the overcrowding. So they came up with a program with private funds, and people, even like the Northwest Observer, have donated money. And I believe they're up to about 18 of those trailers to fix them at a cost of about $15,000 to $17,000 apiece. Now, those temporary trailers, even though the building has issues, those temporary trailers have major issues. They have mold in the ceilings, they have heat not working, they have bathrooms not working, they have bathrooms overflowing, they have raccoons living underneath. Personally, I pulled my son out of the school system and I sent him to private school, but I'm still involved helping the school system. We worked a deal also with Vulcan, and myself and the principal's boyfriend. He brought a machine up there. We got Vulcan to donate a lot of riprap and rock material, and we redid all the drainage ourselves on our dime between the two buildings. But it is kind of upsetting that I don't think the towns have really stepped up and investigated what they could do. And what may be in their power, and not to use the word bully pulpit, but, the elected officials usually know the other elected officials, and I think we need to get some focus on what's going on in these schools, because we're going to be adding development, we're going to be adding new houses. I would guarantee it is at least one kid for every new house going in. I'm probably wrong, it might be 2 or 3, but it's been neglected for 20 to 30 years. I know they added a school to offset some of Summerfield, but that was a Band-Aid. And the schools that are there, especially the high school, no kid should be having to go to class and not have heat. At a time, they weren't even putting doors on the bathrooms in the, in the stalls. They had a lack of toilet tissue in the bathrooms. I mean, it's, and unfortunately, I don't think a lot of the community members know what's going on. So I just wanted to come up. I want to commend the PTSO, Melissa Stallings, Kristen Law. I want to commend the people who have donated. There have been some local builders have donated, individual people. There have been individual town council people from other neighborhoods that have donated. There's been a teacher from a different district that donated when she found out. But I really think the towns need to step it up. I think now's the time. I think the community needs to know those issues. I again went down personally and grabbed the CFO of Guilford County Schools, and she was horrified by what I showed her, which is still on my phone. And I want to get the focus out there. I told the PTSO I'm going to help them. I go in my own pocket. I do what I have to do. Not that I should have to do that. Not that anyone should have to do that. But Guilford County is not getting it done. And I'm not saying you have to build a new $30 million building or something. But you know what? Kids are waiting for a bus. There should be wood on the bench. Garbage cans should have covers that aren't cracked. Wood pallets shouldn't be sitting by these seats in the football stadium. Paint should be done every so often. So, I know a lot of the real estates, talk about the Northwest schools and they push it in their sales pitch for people to buy houses in the community. But if people really knew what was going on at Northwest High School, they'd probably think twice. So I appreciate the time, and if anyone has any questions, I'll be in the back. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Danny.
Mr. O'Connor.
Okay. North Carolina DOT.
I'm Wright Archer, Division Engineer with NCDOT. Mr. Mayor, Council, thanks for having us here tonight. We're prepared to present a PowerPoint presentation, have Brian Kettner, Project Engineer, Bobby Norris is a District Engineer. We're going to go through, hopefully answer some questions. That's the intent anyway, and certainly, just let us go through the PowerPoint presentation. There's a lot of unknowns on our part. Lots changed in the year.
We'll use this. Put them.
Since I-73 opened, I think the traffic volumes have dropped significantly. Excuse me. And with that said, I'll let Brian start with his presentation, and we'll be here to answer any questions as long as we need to be.
All right, good evening, everyone. Like I said, I'm Brian Kettner. I'm project engineer for NCDOT in Division 7. We've been asked to come and speak about a few projects in the area, so I'll just say, Ms. Dunnigan, I'm surprised to hear that you called me another name other than my name. I thought we were friends at this point, but, so. I think I called you Kittner. Well, that's all right, that's all right. As long as it wasn't anything derogatory behind my back, then we're good. So, today, we want to talk about the R5823 Highway 65 and 68 project status, which has been a topic of conversation already tonight. The other part would be the R50 or 2577C, the US 158 widening and the Stokesdale bypass. The selection and guarantee of a northern or a southern alternative for the bypass, and the safety concerns at the intersection at US 150 and Angel Pardue and Athens Road revolving the Stokesdale Elementary School. So we're going to jump right into the R5823. Got a lot of slides here. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding and maybe miscommunication, on DOT's part, and just misrepresentation of information. So there'll be a lot of information, so try to stick with me. If we got any questions at the end, we can ask those, and hopefully this helps paint a better picture. So this project was submitted by GWAMPO, which is our Guilford Urban Area Municipal Planning Organization, which is our MPO that represents this area in addition to the Triad or PMOT Triad RPO up in Rockingham County. And Spot 4.0, which is our submittal process to widen existing roadway, which would be NC 68 and NC 65. So this is how it was submitted to us as the NC DOT. So NC 68 and NC 65 south of US 220 widen the roadway from Guilford County to Rockingham County. to improve capacity and the travel time, provide more of a direct connection between Winston-Salem and the future I-73. So when the project got to my desk, or my former colleague's desk, we conducted a traffic forecast, which just means we go out there, you see the little strips on the road and you run over them. We're counting the numbers. So that's what we're doing. So we start to gather that data. So in March of 2019, we kind of finalized that. What we found is due to the opening of I-73, it was determined that the traffic had decreased and a multi-lane facility was not warranted in this area in our design year of 2040, which is normally a 20 to 30 year design year. So here's probably going to help paint a picture of what you folks probably experience from a traffic standpoint and what you've seen since I-73 has kind of been built and opened. So in 2015, our average traffic in the day was around 15 vehicles per day. And 15,000, yeah, excuse me, thank you. In 2017, it dropped down to 10,000 vehicles per day. In 2019, we had 8,500 vehicles per day in the same exact location, which is right there at Blues Creek Road and NC 68. So that's where I took the snapshot. In 2040, like I said, when we're looking out to the future, because we're planning for the future, if we're going to spend millions of dollars, we want to make sure it's going to serve the folks for a long time. So in 2040, our projections were 12,000 vehicles per day. That told us that we no longer needed to consider a 4-lane divided or a multi-lane facility. So that's how we got from a multi-lane to, all right, now we need to come back and reassess. So like I said, we started evaluating and designing a 2-lane divided facility to kind of help address the accidents and improve the safety along the corridor, because there are several accidents in this area. So it may be a hard picture to see, but what you can see here is 1 lane in each direction with a center turn lane. And that would be a raised concrete median in the middle. And what that does is allows you to, at the intersections, like at Lemons Loop or any of the other ones, Sylvania, it allows you to have left turn lanes opposite of each other. And we have a positive offset left, so that means that when 2 cars are sitting in the opposing left turn lanes, you can see past them, so you can kind of see safely down, so you can make that left turn. So that's why we have such a wide median. Normally, our turn lanes are 12-foot wide max, and especially on a corridor like this. So just kind of to help paint a picture of kind of the whole encompass area of what we've been looking at. And I'll just skip to the next slide because it's kind of blown up. So that kind of captures to the far left, that's the intersection of 158 and 68 at the old by right. And then it goes east to Blues Creek Road and then north all the way up to I-73. So that's kind of the whole area of the picture we're trying to get a good idea of what's happening in the area. So that's our study limits. Do we want to do questions now or wait till the end?
We need to continue to make sure we get you through this stack here. Please hold your questions.
Yeah, we'll have opportunity.
You'll have a time at the end to
Okay.
comment.
Is there a number for this?
That's just our study limits. All that picture does is, one, helps paint a picture to show you what we evaluated, but really all that is a line on a map that we gave to our surveyors that said, hey, we need survey information within this polygon. So
It's page 6 in our page 6 in our briefing.
Okay. So talking about the crashes in the area, so really the project, when it was, like I said, when it came in, it was wide in the multi-lane. The project initially could have just fell off, but we said, well, there are some problems here in this area. So in a 5-year window, which is normally when we look at a crash rate, there's from 2014 to 2019, there was 104 crashes reported within the study limits in that big red area that we just showed. So this is the intersection of Ellisboro Road and Blues Creek, right there on NC 65. As you can see, several crashes here. Obviously, this intersection has changed now based on the new by right being built. But nonetheless, there's still a lot of accidents, a lot of rear end crashes, a lot of, turning crashes and things of that nature. So, we looked at, this is just an improvement consideration. This is nothing final or anything like that. It's just adding some turn lanes instead of just having through lanes. So the cars aren't stopped in the middle of the through lane. They have an opportunity to get out of the way of the cars going, continuing on through, straight through. So these are just things that we're working through and things that we're talking about. This is just another snapshot of crashes at Lemons Loop in NC 68. Like I said, I just picked a couple because there's several different intersections here. I just wanted to kind of help illustrate what we're showing. So here, it's kind of hard to see, but the red would be a median of sorts, and basically what I talked about earlier with, I wish my laser would show up, but it doesn't. In the middle there, go over here. I'm gonna do this so I can show a picture. Yeah, this is Lemons Loop in NC 68, okay? So if you're coming north on NC 68, 220, you can get in here and take a left, and the same thing coming south. It just allows the traffic, especially when you have trucks coming down that road that we've already heard about tonight. It allows the cars to get over out of the way into a turn lane that can provide a safe alternative for them to be able to turn or wait for the traffic going the opposite way. So these, like I said, these are things that we're just considering and we're looking at. So keep on going to the project history. Project was suspended in May of 2020 due to the decline in our revenue due to COVID-19. Then the project was then resumed in January of 21, based on Raleigh and the folks in the central office letting us know that, hey, we got our revenue starting to come back around. People are starting to drive again. Our gas taxes coming back up. So we can start working on engineering again. I think this is where maybe a lot of folks around the area had seen some stakes and some flags in the ground shortly thereafter, and they said, uh-oh, we missed an opportunity. What happened here is when the project was cut off in May, we had to stop everything. What we didn't have was, we didn't have all of our survey information that basically give us all the existing grades and the existing conditions. So when the project kicked back off in January, we needed that information before we could do anything else. Took several months because we can't just, it's like a train. It takes a little bit of time to get it going, but it also takes a long time to slow it down as well. So that's kind of probably what a lot of folks saw in the area. People working, stakes in the ground, flags, all that stuff. So that's kind of what you saw in the summer or the spring of last year. So like Mr. Former Mayor said, we were working towards a fall public meeting to present our design concept to the public. And when we got those plans back from my consultant, my design firm, what we found was that there was a few intersections, one, due to the downward turn in the traffic area. There's a few folks internally that said we may want to consider a roundabout at a couple key intersections, just from a safety standpoint. So we went back to the firm and we said, hey, can you evaluate this for us? So once we did that, we're now approaching December of last year at this point. We were about ready to move forward with our plan again, and our district engineer in Rockingham County came to us and said, hey, we've been made aware that there's several developments in south of Rockingham County that just joins this area that could greatly impact the area. Housing developments, commercial developments, and it all just could tie right into here. So, and before we move forward with our plan, we want to make sure before we spend millions of dollars on a road improvement that we're not going to build it and then in 5 years it fails. So where are we today? So as of this, I guess January at this point, now we're in February. So in January, we got with our forecasting unit down in Raleigh, which our forecast means it's that 20, 30-year projection we're guessing at this point based on, you know, historical information and growth rates of counties and municipalities. What is the traffic going to look like in 2050? And so we're working with our DOT staff and down in Raleigh that specialize in this. We're working with the Piedmont, Piedmont Authority? Piedmont Authority Regional Transportation folks, PART. You may have seen their buses. We're working with our Greensboro urban area MPOs, and we're working with Rockingham County to try to understand how these developments could impact the area, how they could impact our roads, where are they going to live, where are they going to work, where are they going to drive? Because we could say that, like, if they live north of here, we could say 50-50, they're going to Winston, 50-50 is going to the airport. We don't know, but there's ways to figure out how to do that, and that's what these folks are working on. So, like I said, we're trying to figure out where they're going to live, how many people they would estimate would live in these homes, how many trips they're going to generate on a daily basis, things like that. So our next steps. So once we obtain these new traffic models that we just talked about, we're going to evaluate, we're going to get that back, and we're going to evaluate the design that we have. If the traffic significantly increases, then we have to go back to the drawing board. If it stays relatively the same or within some sort of window that a two-lane can operate, it can handle the traffic at a certain pace, then I think we, at this point, would be ready to go to a public meeting. But we just have to wait for that data to come out. Our next step after that would be hold a local officials meeting. The purpose of that meeting is to inform the local officials and also get their input. This does go through the town. It goes through, so they would have input. And if they absolutely hated it, then okay, we'll go back to the drawing board, and we'll work with a compromise on what needs to be done here. It is our road, but we do partner with those folks. And then after that, once we kind of get that buy-in from your local officials here, we would hold a public meeting for all of you guys to be able to come review it, see how that impacts your property very specifically. It's going to be a high-level design. It's going to have substantial detail, but it's also going to have a wide swath of information where at some point we're going to be kind of estimating what those impacts are going to be. They're not going to be nailed down so specific that we can say for certain that I'm only going to take 10.5 feet of your property, or I'm going to take 30. It's just going to be a best guess, trying to incorporate for utilities or drainage structures, anything like that nature. And then once we get your comments, we take those back and we evaluate those and say, okay, where can we make changes? Where can we reduce impacts to this property? I've spoken with several property owners on this corridor already, and they have specific concerns to their specific property, whether it be a septic tank or whether it be the winery with their grapes or whatever the case. And so we take that back and we say, okay, can we do anything here to reduce the impacts here, but not affect the neighbor across the street? Because we're not in the business of shifting, impacts because this fellow doesn't like it, So that's kind of our mindset, and that's how we evaluate it. And if need be, if the design changes substantially, then we would have another public meeting for another public comment. All right, so project schedule. So currently, this thing is set for summer of 2024 for construction. I can tell you with very high level of certainty that will not happen. That's just currently what it is, but we don't want to make a schedule change to this project until we know for sure what that traffic looks like. And that's, several months out, maybe 6 months, 4 to 6 months before we get that back. And then we have to process that. And if it goes up like we were anticipating, then we're back to the drawing board on the design. So it won't be to the point where we can get that thing built. There's a lot of property that'll be impacted. There's a lot of utilities that will probably be impacted. So we won't be able to make that date, I can say pretty confidently. And there you go. So 4 months at the minimum, maybe closer to 6 months. All right, that's all I have for that project. So moving on to the bypass. So keep in mind, this project, R 2577, is a three-piece segment. There's a B, and a C. The C is the one that impacts Stokesdale. Okay.
And to clarify, this is Highway 158 you're now talking about?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So this was one of the original interstate projects identified in the general statute, as you see there. It has since has been repealed, and it was a part of the 1989 Highway Trust Fund law. Part C appeared in our first step, which is our Transportation Improvement Plan, which is the new law on how we get projects in the system. It was adopted in 2005, but it was the C portion specifically what has never been funded. So I think here comes an answer to, I think, a lot of questions. So in 2018, NCDOT did our final state EA, which is our environmental analysis, and our finding of no significant impact environmental document for the A, B, and C, because the Army Corps of Engineers that does our permitting for environmental impacts, they look at projects holistically. So they say they don't want you to segment impacts in mitigation to environmental impacts, because you can get by with less. So they look at this thing holistically. So when we do our documents, we have to say, we're doing this whole big thing. It might not be all right now, but this is what we plan. So in this document that was signed by FHWA and all the federal folks, Section C, NCDOT and the merger team selected alternative 3, the northern bypass for Section C. So Council, the question that was asked, what kind of confidence can we say about the southern bypass? That's locked in. So, like I said, the northern alternative is locked in the event the C section ever gets funded in the TIP. And I think, Derek, I think you mentioned it earlier about this is not funded currently, and it never has been in the new TIP law. So, I think we're at least 20 years? We're at least 20 years away from this ever actually becoming a true funded project.
Are you open for questions yet?
I don't know. I'll leave that up to council.
I've got some questions.
We got like 3 or 4 more slides, I think.
Okay. Go ahead and finish with those.
All right. So there's a picture, what you folks have probably seen before about the northern and the southern. So the northern is what was selected. All right, last one, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Bobby Norris, our district engineer, to talk about the school concerns.
So my name's Bobby Norris. I'm the district engineer for Guilford County for the NCDOT. And my job, it deals a whole lot with, I work a lot with our construction guys, the developments, and a lot of our traffic. And we received, and I think the division also received complaints, and our traffic department received a lot of complaints about the traffic at the intersection for Stokesdale Elementary. And in August 2020, and we'll start going with the slides here, our MSTA group, which is our school transportation assistance group in Raleigh, provides a function to practically any school throughout the whole state, in which they actually review and evaluate the traffic flow on existing school sites or proposed school sites. And so, they wound up performing a traffic impact analysis on Stokesdale Elementary, in which there was a whole lot of alternatives presented to us, but it was all nailed down, us working with the schools itself, Guilford County Schools, and 2 alternatives were proposed to address the traffic issues along the state-maintained roads in that particular area. Each of the alternatives itself poses their own issues that need to be worked through. This was alternative 1, in which I know it's very hard to see. It's very hard for me to see, even when I have it blown up here. but, requires some on-site improvements that the school itself needs to do before NCDOT can go in and perform, look at this particular alternative. And then there's also another alternative, Alternative B, and, the flow is shown there. All of the real dark sites are actually on-site improvements that the school itself would have to, look into to do. So at this particular point, we've got two alternatives. We can't proceed until the school itself decides which alternative they want to choose.
Lord.
So, I mean, we have, a plan to move forward. And along with the study of the traffic impact analysis, and because Stokesdale Elementary is actually in the process of expanding for more students, and help me if I'm right, they do qualify for possible reimbursement or for off-site road improvements. And that's off-site. That's on what we would require if they were be building a new school. And actually NCDOT would foot that bill. But that still makes that the school itself would have to do the on-site improvements before we go that far. I did some research, and due to public access funds that are allowed, it's a one-time fund that NCDOT allows schools. It's a $50,000, but it's a one-time over the whole life of the school. Well, doing some research and got some verification from our chief engineer's office, Stokesdale Elementary has only used, I think it was $600. So they actually have over $49,000 available in public access funds for them to utilize to help assist them with the on-site improvements. But again, they have to choose which alternative they want to proceed with before we can proceed with our designs and to do whatever we need to do on the rest of the state maintained roads. Yeah, $49,400 is school access funds, and so I think me and Brian is available for questions. You just, when you raise your hand, just, tell us.
Mayor Pro Tem Derek Foy had a question. Did you not?
I do. Brian, could you go back to slide 4?
Yes, sir. Help me count it off, because I can't, oh.
Oh, sorry. It is the R5823 project history slide.
Okay,
And it's the NC 68 traffic volumes.
all right,
Just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
All right. So if I'm looking at these numbers correctly, in 2015, we were at 15,000 vehicles a day, and in 4 years, that dropped nearly in half. And I'm assuming that's because of the new interstate.
Correct. That's our assumption. I mean,
Right, I mean, it only makes sense. What is the number of vehicles per day to want to do a multi-lane highway? I think part of the challenge, I think the town council has, and some citizens, if you look on the internet, it references a 2-lane divided highway, and then there's also information that references multi-lane highway. So obviously, those are two very different things. And in last year, almost a year ago to the date, the DOT did come speak to town council. And a comment from the DOT in that meeting was that, there's no way this will be multi-lanes because the volume of traffic is not there. I do appreciate that you've received new information, but is multi-lane out of the picture, or is it still in the picture?
Well, let me try to answer the first question, and I can't answer it with a whole lot of certainty without looking up the information, but I think, just from recollection, and like I said, I'm guesstimating, so I think a multi-lane scenario comes in around 16,000 cars a day-ish, but, and I'll clarify that with, I'm not sure. So I know it has to do with, lane or road types, whether it's curb and gutter, it has expressway gutter, the speed limit, there's, you know, what type of terrain you're in. There's so many variables, but I want to say from 14,500 to 16,000-ish cars is kind of where you start to get into that multi-lane facility. I think 5 years ago, when we had, you know, these things come about, even Rockingham County made the comment that if you would have said that the development that has been proposed in the area would have came on their desk 5 years ago, they would have said there's no way, because they didn't have the water and sewer infrastructure. They've now since expanded that down closer to this area, and then boom, all of a sudden, so I don't think anybody, even the county themselves, saw this amount of growth in this short amount of time. So I think that's kind of why the comment was, and I don't know who made the comment because I wasn't at that meeting, but why that comment was made with a pretty high level of certainty that that wouldn't happen based on what we saw in our 20 to 30 year projections. So I hope that clears it up. And I can, if you want to follow up later on what we're looking at that needs to be a multi-lane, then we can get that information for you.
Okay, yeah, I'm not advocating for a multi-lane, just to be clear, I'm just.
No, I understand. You're trying to see how much capacity you have before.
Right. But my second question has to do with, now we go back to the 2-lane with the divider. And I acknowledge this is not, I don't have any safety expertise or anything like that. This is the sentimental side of me, I guess, speaking, but, you know, are you familiar with the Springdale Meadows subdivision?
Yeah, I think so.
So folks would no longer be able to take a left out of there.
That's correct.
Or folks traveling north on Highway 68, if they wanted to take a left on Lester, they wouldn't be able to do that.
South. The left is going south onto 68.
Okay.
Yep.
Got you, right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just a little concerned about that. I'm not sure, would you call that turn a teardrop turn or a jug turn?
Well, yeah.
It wipes out, I mean, half of a property in a subdivision on Windy Gale Drive, and it's kind of a little uneasy.
Sure. Yeah, I think you may have heard the term previously called Super Street or something of that nature, but now they've changed the terminology to what they call an RCI, which is a reduced conflict intersection. So yes, you are correct. If you are coming out of Springdale, Springdale, and you want to go south, you would take a right and go north about 800 feet, make a U-turn, and then go south. I think to maybe be able to clearly help people understand what we're kind of talking about is if you kind of imagine the intersection of Ellisboro Road and 220 of what they did there. That's kind of the similar concept, obviously, on a smaller scale.
The north section of Ellisboro Road.
Like up in the Rockingham County.
Got you, okay.
So the term that the folks that come up with the turning movement and the intersection type, what they call it, and as cliche as it is it's the right way to turn left. So, you know, you're not crossing all the opposing traffic. That, you know, if you have a turn lane into the neighborhood and you have a northbound through lane and you're the folks traveling south, you got 3 different cars you're trying to look for.
Yeah.
This, you just have the one, you turn right, you go about, I think it's roughly 800 feet plus or minus, depending on the location of where we put the turnout bulb. To your point, for consideration was the roundabouts that I mentioned previously. One of those intersections was the Realign 65 and NC 68, because we were made aware by Ms. Dunnigan that the properties that were shown currently on the surveys and the aerial footage was an empty lot, now has a house built, okay?
Right.
So we had these 2, and I think it was Mr. Norris's idea, actually. We had these 2 bulb-out U-turns. He said, hey, what if you shift that intersection up a few hundred feet altogether and put a roundabout there? You eliminate the right-of-way and the need for those 2 things. So those are the value engineering, per se, that we're trying to do because we don't want to take people's property. We don't want to move folks. You know, and I've talked to Ms. Dunnigan several times and several others that, you know, she's worried about it. And hey, I get it. But, you know, there is a process we have to go through. We do have to get all the information before we can come and show you a map. And so, you know, I hope folks can at least kind of see the sincerity that, like, we are trying to do what is right for the traveling public and for the folks that are going to be impacted by the right-of-way and the impacts of the project. Yep.
You take the questions.
Yes, ma'am. Currently, yeah, that's being proposed, yes, ma'am.
But it's not a wall that's this high. It's like an aisle.
I come from the city where they do have them, but I want them to finish up. I'm not finished.
Oh, yeah, I was just getting the picture up there for you, yes, ma'am.
What I'm concerned about is you're gonna be pushing traffic on Spring Birch, I forget, what is that called?
Springdale Meadows. Over the Seagraves.
Yeah, and I don't think that's fair to the residents there because
Mr. Kettner, it would help if you would repeat the question into your microphone because it's not going to pick the audience up.
okay, could I ask, wait, let me start over. Can you make a left-hand turn at the other entrance? I might end up singing if you don't mind. On the other entrance into our subdivision, you still couldn't make a left-hand turn, is what you're telling me. All of the traffic has to come out the main entrance, because we have two entrances to Springdale. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay, so that means every time you want to go south, everybody has to go out the main entrance. Is that what you're saying? Because there is going to be a little thing in the middle of the road that's going to prohibit people, correct?
Yeah.
Wow, that's really mean. Okay, thank you.
That's in what we've got showing up here now. It's not been,
Yeah, I would say nothing's been officially anything.
You're doing a fine job, Brian.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is, when this project started coming about, was many years ago. In the last 5 years, there's been a tremendous amount of development. On Wendy Gale, when you guys put together the proposal, there were 4 empty lots. There are now no empty lots, okay? A builder, Ron Preston, just built a house. It's on the market, and he's having a hell of a time selling it because you're going to take about 70 feet of his property out. You're probably going to have to buy the house. So my question is, how are we being fair to, forget about the homeowners, what about the local businessman who just invested $400,000, whatever he did, into a house, and now he can't sell it, and you're not going to buy it for maybe another year or two, who knows what? How do we protect him? Because now he's going to have to sit with this home, which will probably not sell, because anybody coming in, the realtors have been very cagey about not telling people about what's going on. But many of the people, myself included, have been educating a lot of people because I would like to know if I was buying a house that I was going to lose 2/3 of my backyard. So I guess my question is, when it comes time to make a decision, do you go back and look at those properties and look at an overall aerial shot to see what's happened in the last 5 years and reevaluate it? Because maybe now, what used to be an old farm field with 100 acres open where it's very easy to cut through, now you've got a development of 7 or 8 homes or 10 homes. So how's that handled?
I may defer the right-of-way composition question to Mr. Archer here, but I mean, I agree. A lot of things have changed. I mean, even in the 2 years, what we had assumed was an empty lot, you know, it didn't really wholly impact anybody except the property owner, but it was just land at that point. It wasn't somebody living there, raising a family and things of that nature. So we do take that into account. And, you know, folks like Ms. Dunnigan, you know, let me know, hey, what you have here is not right. And obviously, like I said, when we go back out after 2 years of being shut down and we say, okay, we're going back out, our surveyors let us know that. And I guess I just want to clarify that nothing has been And I get to your point, nothing has been decided to date, but I think kind of the value engineering that we're trying to do to minimize these property impacts is kind of goes back to what Mr. Norris had recommended. Hey, since we have these properties here now, and we can't do these bulb outs without impacting somebody's home or their septic field or something of that nature, let's look at shifting that intersection up into what is truly still farmland, or that doesn't have, somebody living there or something like that. So I don't know, Wright, can you talk about the right-of-way purchase,
Depends on when the home's built. I mean, obviously, this project's been in the works for a while, and if the developer knows the project's coming, unfortunately, and they build, then it is what it is. But certainly you compensate.
The builder was not available, or was not aware at all of that project. When I told him a couple of days ago, I thought he was gonna fall over. He said, "We haven't built houses in Stokesdale 40 years. He says, I know what's going on everywhere." He says, "This is news to me. Are you sure it's right?" I told him to reach out to you guys. So, and the other concern I have is when I look at the documentation that you guys have online, it says 110 properties will have an impact. Will the beauty farm area is substantial, and 10 homes, people will have to probably relocate. So, I'd like to know who the 10 homes are.
Well,
So, my point is, why would you even put this information out there? Because if I was living all over the round, and I was a homeowner, I'd be sitting there saying, is my house gonna disappear? So, I mean, I know the information states is vague and it's changing, that kind of stuff. But people pull information out, and this is on your website. My own piece of property is sitting on that side, and I saw 10 of those homes. Yeah. And I saw the map where the route was. And when Ron Preston has that house, he's never gonna sell that house. You guys are gonna, the DOT's gonna buy the house, what are they gonna do with it? I mean, I don't know how it works. So, this makes me a little nervous, because I know there's a lot of variables, but what I don't know is what scares me, because I'm reading this as gospel, when I see facts like your website of what is gonna happen. That's a part that makes me nervous.
Well, those are preliminary numbers. I mean, and that's why we're here, to talk. And certainly, just like the developer didn't know, so didn't know there was a project coming, well, obviously you do. And that's where you contact us and we talk through it. But we have to start somewhere. And yeah, it's kind of speculative, or yeah, this is what we're thinking. We go from like a functional design, what I call a napkin sketch, and you drill down to something a little more accurate. But we have to, early on, that was what we thought. And we try to get that information out, be it bad or good. And so we can have these meetings and folks know, but we certainly want to have an open door policy. I mean, there's no doubt there, but, and that's part of the website, trying to get that information out there. And we have, we want to be engaged with the public, and, because, I mean, we're here for the community and for you guys, and that's what our jobs are, to minimize the impacts. Not like Brian was saying, it was a 4-lane section, 5-lane section. I mean, we want to minimize that footprint as much as we can and build the safest road as possible without taking any property. That's ideal, because it's costly, to be honest with you, and obviously it impacts the community. I lost track.
From the center line of the road, yellow line, how far does this state on now? And will the maps you show be online? Because I can't see them too well.
I'd like you to explain that map to me. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, this presentation has been provided to council, so I guess you can attach it to your meeting minutes?
We can.
Okay.
How can we get it?
You can get it from the clerk, ma'am.
Yeah, so what this is if you imagine standing on the road and being able to take a knife and cut it and then go down and look into the road, okay? So that's kind of how, this is what this represents. So this would be your lanes. This is a raised median of concrete, not a wall, but a median, okay? And then this is the outside of your shoulder, and it starts down to the ditch, wherever we have to grade to get your ditches. I don't know right offhand what our current right-of-way is. I can get that information for you. And these slopes are variable, as it says, it's variable. It depends on the terrain and the topography of the land, how fast we can tie down safely. We have design considerations we have to think about. If we're doing a guardrail, or if we're not doing guardrail, depending on, the slope falling off, if cars are gonna fall off it, or if there is a clear zone, issue for design, which means there can't be nothing within a certain distance between the edge of the travel and to a tree or a telephone pole or anything of that nature. So that's kind of what this is. It's just it just tries to give you a high-level picture of what we were looking at. If it was a multi-lane facility, you would have, 2 lanes shown here in each direction. So it'd be 2, a median and 2, or whatever the case. And if we were in an urban area, it'd have a picture of a sidewalk with a little pedestrian standing on it. So it just kind of helps paint the picture of what you could expect from driving down the road.
And that's from where to where?
That's on NC 65, or NC 68, excuse me. So that's just what they call a typical section. So there's obviously going to be areas that are atypical or not the same.
The majority of the road is gonna look like that.
Right.
Is what he's trying to say. The majority of the road will look like that layout in a 2-lane opposite direction. So
Like what we got down on 220?
that is a multi-lane divided.
It's 2 lanes on each side.
Well, when I'm saying 2 lanes, 1 lane on each side.
Yeah, Neil Earnshaw, 8213 Wendigale Drive. I like the idea that you're trying to keep it to 1 lane each direction. But by God, get rid of that friggin' turnout that wiped out half my neighbor's house across the street from me. Because once he goes, then it's gonna be a domino effect. I'm gonna be looking at an old dirty road out there. So I'm right across the street from it. So appreciate any help you do there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I keep skipping you.
My question is probably simple, maybe too simple. You're talking about a 2-lane road. We have a 2-lane road. Years ago, we asked for a traffic light. They don't make traffic lights anymore with maybe a turning signal so we could get out of our subdivision without having to go on jug handles and Springdale.
Yeah, and the traffic signal, that's out of my realm. That'd be, and normally, yeah, it'd be our traffic division. But we could,
Is that a simple solution?
Traffic signals is not always the easiest and simplest solution. They create their own problems.
We have a turning lane as it is.
Right, and that's to get you out, get the traffic.
Get us into us.
That's to get the traffic out of the main flow, and that's to help the main flow of traffic to flow through. Yes, a signal would help in that situation, but that's the reason why, like he said, we were looking at other alternatives we're trying to keep traffic flowing also.
But that'll also keep Wendy Hill from being prohibited.
But again, the signal itself, that's it. Like I said, it's well outside of my realm to make that determination of a warrant. That's our traffic department. Because usually I say, when I get a development, I'll look at it, I'll let them know, I think there might need to be a signal here, and then they do a signal study to make that determination whether or not it warrants a signal, because, they're not cheap. They go in, and then they have to be maintained until they're not needed anymore. So there is a huge cost there. Don't get me wrong, I understand. We're talking about safety, and there's really no amount of cost, to help safety, but.
For example, I'm trying to picture the school buses coming out of the subdivision, having to go left to go to the high school, now have to make a right and make a 3-point turn through.
That's the reason why the bulb is so big. It's to, basically, the size of that is to allow a tractor trailer to do a U-turn if he has to. I'm just saying the size is there. That's the reason why the alternatives that we were looking at were the roundabouts. And, there's no sense in us looking at the roundabouts if the projected volumes are going to put it back into the 4-lane facility. So until we get those new traffic forecasts, we're just speculating right now. I mean,
Where that turnaround thing is there going to be a traffic light? Or are we going to have to do chicken, you know? Oh, a car's coming that way. What's going to be the safety factor on that? I mean, that's a good question. And we have a lot of people that work in our development that go south, and they rather use 68, okay? So you might form a backup of cars coming. We have 100, how many houses, Nancy? We have 104 in our development. Now, just picture if only 50% are going to go south. That's good, and they all seem to leave at the same time. I think that you're going to be creating a traffic problem in our area, to be honest with you. A traffic light makes more sense, and you feel that it's dangerous. I don't. But on that turnaround, are we going to have a traffic light? Oh, wow. I'm a born-again Christian, honey.
John, you had a question?
Yes, sir. I wanted to speak to something Bobby Norris said on about the third to the last slide. He was showing the school, and he said the schools had 2 alternatives and that they needed to make a decision. Mr. Rigsby and I met with the principal, a couple of people from Guilford County Board of Education, the facilities director, and we were talking about that. And they said, basically, we have no money at all. We couldn't do anything at all up there to alleviate the traffic issues. We even suggested that they do a road down by the gym, change their loading pattern and bring them out on our town park, and then bring back on Angel Purdue to help a little bit. And they said, well, you know, we'll get with the school engineers and get back with us. But I think our issue, if we're going to solve any problem with the Angel Purdue Road and the school, it doesn't start with DOT. It's going to have to start with Guilford County. You know, they're wanting to float a $1.2 billion bond issue in March or May. Mm-hmm. I think the question the people in Northwest Guilford County, because every school in this district, I think we talked to Jim, what'd they say, the 85 elementary schools, all but 7 were overcrowded. What are you going to do for Stokesdale, Summerfield, and Oak Ridge? All the money seems to go somewhere else. So I think we as a body and you, the town council, is going to have to lobby the commissioners or the Board of Education, say, listen, we got some problems. And nobody, you tell us you don't have any money, problem isn't going to go away. Second question to either one of you gentlemen. You were talking about the environmental impact, and I think you had a date of 2019, said that you had finished the environmental impacts in 2018. As recently as this past summer of 2021, people along that Route C, I forgot what you called it, we're getting letters from NCDOT saying that, hey, we're going to be doing some environmental impact studies along that corridor, and that if you see the engineers out there, don't take up their survey flags or things like that. So if the study was complete in 2018, I don't know, there may be some miscommunication, but people are getting letters from that. They're getting letters from attorneys and say, you know, the route's coming and, you know, sign up with us and we'll help you. And the last comment I had was based on, I don't know, we did a workshop with DOT, Mr. Norris and his counterpart in Rockingham County, and I think the consultants maybe out of Virginia. I can't remember where they were from. And they were, and going back to Mr. Foy's conversation about the traffic counts along 68, and we raised a point, well, do you know there's a major industrial development about to come out of the ground, and some of them didn't know that. But that, Mr. Carroll's been buying significant property in that area. The first 2 buildings, I think, is 250,000 square feet. The next one's 175. And that's just on a small portion of that land. They're talking at a million square feet. Well, they've got almost half of that in those first 2 buildings. It could be several million square feet. Talking with Mark Richardson at the Rockingham County. He was saying that they're projecting in their portion about 2,900 new homes, apartments and things like that. So there's going to be a significant increase in traffic on 68, Lemons Road, Sylvania Road and things like that. So I don't know if and I'm glad you're doing a revised study on that. We've got the new jet facility coming in on 68. This area is just ripe for development. And I think that traffic on 68, I know I-73 is taking off a lot of traffic to 20 across the airport, but I just can't believe 68 is going to continue to decline on the traffic count. So that's my comments.
That was the main reason why we put a hold on. I figured we requested, a new forecast due to all of those projected developments. I mean, he's just having to deal with a whole lot, just a short little part. Guilford County as a whole. Guilford County as a whole is booming. Mr. Archer sees all the traffic analysis that I have to deal with, all the developments. On the average, in the past 6 months alone, I've had about 10 or 12 industrial sites come in to Guilford County with 1 million square foot warehouses. One site actually had 2 warehouses. One was 1 million, one was 500,000 square feet. And it doesn't appear like it's going to slow down. So, and it's not just one particular area of Guilford County, it's Guilford County as a whole. And Mr. Arch can explain, and he brings it up good. If you look at Guilford County, we've got 220, we've got 29, we've got 40, we got 85. We're center. From Guilford County, you can go practically anywhere in the state quick. So it just makes it ideal.
If I can make a comment.
Yes, sir.
I kind of want to encompass what Mayor Flint was talking about with the schools. I spoke to Ms. Law. In fact, at the last council meeting, I made her presentation for her about the Northwest modulars that need to be repaired. And I spoke to her about that the other day, and from a council standpoint, I do not disagree that we need to, stand behind that, but I told her, it's a bigger picture. We need, I agree with, Guilford County's got to come off some money. There ain't no other way to say it. If the Stokesdale school is overcrowded, before they start putting in roads around the back, they've got to see what they're gonna do about their septic fields, because they're gonna have to expand that school. Probably have to double it in size in the next 10 years, and they do not have the room to do that. So it's a bigger issue than putting a loop around the building or putting another parking lot in. And I don't think any of us can solve that problem until Guilford County makes the decision to fund their own study that says all of the schools in Northwest District are in the red and overcrowded, and we are the worst of all of it, and none of them are on the plan to get repaired. So we all as citizens, we have a bigger issue, and I know Mr. Foy had tried to, did you get to the lottery to speak in front of the board?
I got rolled out to March.
So, that's another issue, is we've looked at that to try to speak to the board publicly, but you can't go down to a meeting. You can apply to get onto the thing, and you may or may not get onto their meeting agenda. So, we've got some big hills to climb as a community to get these schools fixed.
I was disheartened to hear that it's Guilford County Schools' responsibility, so to speak, to address this traffic issue here on Angel Purdue and 158 with the schools, because they don't have the money. The numbers speak for themselves. When you look at the amount of funding per pupil or per student, Stokesdale Elementary is the 6th lowest funded school in Guilford County. Northwest High School is the lowest funded school in Guilford County. It's not even close. It's about $500 per pupil. The middle school is the lowest funded middle school. Colfax, Oak Ridge, Summerfield. It's the same story with Guilford County schools. I look forward to speaking, at their next meeting. So to hear that we've got to have Guilford County schools on board when they're not quick to fund us out here. Sometimes I wonder if they realize we exist out here. It's disheartening to hear. And it's a problem up there.
Every time tax bill comes in, they know it exists because they collect our money.
Well, 57% of our county taxes go to public education, and
I can tell you that our traffic analysis for the school system and the function of it incorporated at least a 200 student increase, going from 500, which is what they informed us that they had currently enrolled, to 700. So that's what our evaluation is for the expansion.
What's the time frame for that?
Well, we were given, they basically told us that they were going to be expanding out in 2 years
Yeah,
to meet that 700.
yeah.
was that 4 years ago, or?
Well, no, this was done last year.
Okay.
So, I mean, as far as our study and what we've evaluated and, our recommendations, and, but yes, you had made a comment about using the park. That was actually one of the alternatives that we looked at, but it was going to create very big environmental possibility issues, because I think there's some possibility of streams out there that they would have to be crossing.
Stokesdale has approved 750 new houses in the last few years. So, if you get one kid for a house in the elementary, you're way off.
Well, the numbers that we use are the numbers that were provided to us from the school.
Yeah. And Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, but the town of Stokesdale cannot make land use decisions, i.e. new developments, based off our overcrowded schools. In other words, that's not a very valid reason to say you cannot develop a new neighborhood because our schools are too crowded. Hell, the schools are Guilford County schools.
Right.
And,
Yeah, that's not, I mean, I think it's something you can consider, but I don't think it could be the sole consideration.
Also, one of the other issues that in the multiple meetings that I've been, we're talking about the bond, they're trying to spend the money for the one bond that they've already got approval on, which involves building some new schools, some schools that have been demolished due to storms and stuff, to rebuild those. In the conversations that I've had with them, in 2020, there were 30,000 registered students riding school buses. 2021, it dropped from 30,000 to 18,000. But the number of students increased. So that's the majority of you almost cut it in half, almost.
right.
I understand, but that's this. I'm not saying that this is a COVID related, but the increased traffic problems could be a result of that.
I don't discount that at all. I mean, you can see it. I do frequent that intersection, so.
Is there any consideration to building a second school, elementary school?
Yeah, so I believe on the Guilford County master plan, which is a couple years old, and it mentions in the northwest area that there would be a secondary school that would absorb some Stokesdale students and some students that would go to Northern Elementary. Well, I infer that school, if it's doing that, I infer that it would need to be east of the interstate. The problem is the new houses in Stokesdale are being built around this central area, and the most land to develop in the future is out towards the lake. So,
That's really far-fetched idea.
yeah.
Does anyone know how to go about asking the state to divide the school district into two?
Well, back in the 90s, they did the great merger. So there was the Guilford County schools where we are, and then, the Greensboro City schools, and they merged. And I don't know.
When Stokes County gets snow, they close Greensboro. I mean,
It's,
blows my mind.
yeah, we're getting off topic, and that's my fault. But I could talk about this for a while. So, yeah.
We've advocated for a new charter school. Summerfield's built two, and they got the Bethany. They got a high school coming in on 220. We ought to say, hey, if Guilford County isn't going to solve a problem, hey, charter schools, and there are a limited number of them, write them a letter and say, hey, we're open to building a charter school in Stokesdale.
Yeah, John, I mean, it's a good suggestion. It's certainly thinking outside the box and mirrors a trend we've seen. I guess I need to look at it from more of my personal view, but, you know, and more holistically, but I'm just not a big fan of charter schools and, yeah, I know, I'm just being honest. You know, it's a problem. I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, and you know, Revolution Academy is not far from Stokesdale. It pulls a lot of Stokesdale kids. I know for a fact it does because the elementary school lost 100 or so, and they're only expanding. I know they're expanding grades next year, if I'm not mistaken. There's definitely a large part of the population that favors a charter school. You know, maybe because of COVID, maybe they go for a year and then they don't have to wear a mask and they come back. But you know, it's an interesting dynamic that has changed a lot of things. And
we've kind of gotten off the subject. Danny?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, the lady in the front had a question about the traffic lights. And I don't know if this is for you guys or traffic division, but I always was under the impression that traffic lights are actually reimbursed by the federal government. So I'm not sure if that's true, but that and the wheelchair ramps at the corners.
The main issue with traffic signals, I mean, we have to do a traffic study. That's through our state traffic engineer. And if the signal is not warranted, you think it's gonna solve your problem, but it just creates delays when you're sitting there, trying to, you know, there's no traffic and you're sitting there at a red light. So that's something we look at. And we can certainly revisit the signal, but that is not federally paid for. I mean, that's state funds. If it's in a TIP project, it gets a portion of reimbursement. But no, if we go out and, yeah, but if we go out and put a signal, let's say you call and need a signal and we put it out there today, no, that's 100% state. But I mean, we'll be glad to come do a traffic analysis, you know, and look at it. But you have to have the warrants, or you're really doing a disservice to the community. And folks don't understand that. But everybody thinks the signal is going to solve the problems. But if you're sitting there at 11 o'clock in the afternoon and, you know, you're waiting for the red light, I mean, it's, you know, it's counterproductive. So we'll be glad to come look at a signal location or potential signal location.
If you're thinking about selling a property, the maps are the only thing that we have to go by now to show the buyers.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, that's all we have are just the ideas. I mean, we're trying to come up with things as quick as we can. But yeah, unfortunately, that's all we have. I mean, we're, you know, and again, we try to minimize the impacts, but yeah, that's, you know. And trust me, Mr. Kettner's doing this, he's moving as quickly as he can.
I can assure you that a lot of real estate agents are contacting my office and then the division office for a specific location as to, is a project affecting this project. So, you know, they are being, when we're asked, they are being told that. But, you know, this, you know, putting stuff out online is the best we can do right now with what we've got.
Yeah, we try to get as much accurate information as we can. And you know, we try to get that out. And the 10 homes versus 5 homes, I mean, we hope it's less than that. But you know, during our preliminary, you know, design, what I call was a functional design, or what I call napkin sketch, you try to look at the impacts. Okay. And that's where we sometimes we don't get it right, but we try to get that information out there. Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
If I may, Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to ask one last question.
Please.
I haven't had an opportunity. Mr. Norris, I have an idea that if one or two of us go and talk to the Guilford County Schools, they will probably circle us around and say, well, we're waiting on the NCDOT to do this and thus and so. I just kind of feel that coming. You know, all we have to worry about is Stokesdale, so that makes it easy for us in a sense. Do the Guilford County Schools have any experts that are responsible for traffic control, traffic management? Do they have anybody in-house that has that level of expertise we might seek out?
Not internally, they utilize our MSTA group.
And would you explain that
It's,
abbreviation?
you had to ask me what the
I'm sorry.
Municipal School Transportation Assistance, I think that's what it is.
You folks have your own language, you realize that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's a group set aside in Raleigh to evaluate, and actually, it's a free service to all the schools.
So there's not an opportunity for us as a council to contact somebody at the Guilford County Schools and say, hey, we'd like to have a meeting, we'd like to invite Bobby Norris, and we want to talk about the traffic in and around our school.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. I mean, that's fine. 'Cause, I
There's
mean,
nobody.
But there's
There's
nobody to reach out to at the Guilford County Schools specifically.
The persons that we met with were the principal at the time, and a facilities person who's over all the facilities.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
He's got one more question, and that might be it.
Yeah, I live out at the Springdale Meadow subdivision out there, and kind of talk a little bit about the two entrances that you got. On the southern half, I think you can, by your plans, you can go left and right coming out, correct? What it looks like. Well, roughly roughly on that southern section, you got 10 or 12 homes on that side. On the northern section of Springdale Meadow Drive, you got roughly 100 homes that feeds. And you force them to go north to be able to go south. You basically got three areas that you're going. If you're going to Greensboro, you're going north to get on the interstate. If you're going to Kernersville or Winston, you're going south. And the way you got it set up right now, people that's going to go to Winston or south, most people, they're going to get up there and they're going to say, well, I'm going to go up the interstate. I'm going to take that little cutover road to go south so I can go left. What it's going to do is going to cause to wear out that little short road. It's going to wear it out from neighborhood road. First phase was put in about 2002, so it's been there 20 years. I mean, it's alligator back from one end to the other, the whole subdivision. And it hadn't seen the first layer of asphalt from Guilford County DOT yet. Of course, other subdivisions, Arbor and all that, haven't been in as long, and they just get layers everywhere. But what you're gonna do is force people to go south on that cutover road if they wanna go south, because I would. I wouldn't want to have to go all the way up to the winery to cross over, wait in that little circle to go south. But you really need to make Springdale Meadow allow them to go north and south. Make the southern one down there, force them north. So if they want to go south, you just got 10 or 12 that can come up to Springdale. But I'm telling you, everybody on Springdale, they're gonna go south on the cutover, and it's already wore out now. I mean, you need to fix it where you swap it. Springdale's north and south, and the other one is force them north.
All right, well, I'll make a commitment that we'll evaluate that. How about that? Then it'll be shown on the map when we bring it to you, and you can have a chance to officially comment on it as well. I mean,
it's a good idea to look at.
yeah, we'll take a look at it.
I mean, basically, people go, they don't get that. I'm not gonna go all the way there. I'm going south. I'm going on this little cutover.
Right.
Roads aren't well now.
Right. And I'm speculating, but what I feel like will happen at some point is people will start to use that, because the data continues to prove itself over and over again. This is why these type of intersections are being used all over the country and all over the state. Is people feel safe. They feel safer taking a right, getting in that turn lane, and making that bulb out. If you go up to Ellisboro, up in Rockingham County, and make that move, there's really no safety concern there. I mean, it may feel safer to go the other way, but when you got traffic coming both ways and you can't get a break, I feel like if it is implemented, that mind shift would change. But that's just speculation at this point. I mean, but I'll take a look at it, and like I said, when we're ready to come to the public with a true map, get with me again, and we'll discuss it. Okay. All right.
Thank you again, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Item is consideration of proposal for wiring in the council chambers to connect TV.
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
ask,
Yes, sir.
as a courtesy to the gentleman here, to address the RFP for garbage and trash service, they've sat here patiently for 2 hours. May I
please.
request that we go ahead and move this up?
We can do that.
Do that now?
Okay.
Okay, so that would.
That's item number 10 on our agenda. Request for proposal RFP, review contractor presentations for new trash recycling service contract franchise agreement.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
Do we have the people to pitch it?
We do. I guess, introduce.
Yes.
We'll introduce the incumbent, George Fernandez. With,
Okay.
Republic Waste.
George Fernandez with Republic.
Are y'all gonna open them?
We will. Do you know the other one is?
Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon. Hey, I appreciate the chance being out here tonight. I know you have a lot busier things to worry about than trash. I don't know how much detail you wanted to go into tonight, but what I want to sort of to do is, first of all, say thank you for giving us a chance to keep this business. And I think I met a lot of y'all 2 years ago, and I stand firm on my message then that I stand now, right? I apologize, right? Service has never been, lived up to the expectations that we wanted it to live to. Yeah, I'm not here to create a lot of excuses, but I'm here to thank you for the partnership and the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry, are we having technical problems?
Hold on 1 second.
Sorry, George, it's high-tech world here. And Stokesdale sometimes don't.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, hey, look, I didn't know, are you wanting to go into details on what options we're offering or?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. Just to enter for the public record, this is a bid for a 3-year contract with the town for weekly garbage and recycling pickup.
Right.
So just some general questions that I would have, or request from the candidates is that we do have recycling and garbage pickup on the same day. The second question I would have for you, quite frankly, Mr. Fernandez, and I don't think you would dispute, we've had these conversations, is I'm not pleased with what I perceive is a problem with hydraulic fluid leaking in our developments. Springdale Meadows, Dorset Downs, Arbor Run, those really stand out to me, and they're well developed out. In other words, there's not any new construction there where we could potentially point to large vehicles for new construction. I perceive it to be an issue. And full disclosure, we have discussed that, and I appreciate those discussions.
And if I may, Mr. Foy, I also have witnessed this, and for the town's record, I would like to confirm that I have done so. I don't understand what's going on with your trucks, but you have a problem that it's just beyond a reasonable amount of leakage. I've never seen anything anywhere else in my travels, so I just want that to be in the record.
10-4. Yeah, so I'll address those two things. Due to competitive practices, I won't throw numbers out there, but what we did, Mr. Foy, was we offered 3 different options, right? Mm-hmm. Keeping the service the way it is, changing some days, and then changing some details on the summary. So that's why you'll see 3 different options being proposed. As far as the leaking trucks, it angers me. And I think for those that don't know, I lived in Stokesdale for 2 years, and just to be very transparent, when I moved here in April of 2020, I met my neighbor, and he didn't know what I did for a living. And the first thing he said was, "Hey, for the record, trash sucks here," right? So you know, hey, it's been very personal to me, right? And what I don't ever want y'all to think is your, observations, your complaints, your suggestions, it didn't fall on deaf ears, right? This is an issue we have with our fleet, and, I got to fix it. Unfortunately, it's not something that's fixed overnight. I'm not saying it takes 2 years to fix it, but I don't want you to think that it's fallen on deaf ears. And we move as fast as we can. When we have those leaks, we get the folks out there to scrub and to clean. We try to get better for the next week, but, I do apologize if we haven't met those expectations.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions, comments?
I don't. Yes, ma'am.
I have some comments. My name is Beatrice Sabella, 8111 Ridgeback Court. Yes, recycling, in Northwest Meadows, we're seeing a lot of the liquid on the ground that's ruining our roads, for sure. We're also, what's happening with the recycling? Is it gonna go back to every week or every other week? Because the fact that it was changed to every other week and we weren't given a price cut is just insane.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. And I have a problem all the time with recycling where the people that come and do the recycling, either they always leave the trash cans out in the middle of the road in a cul-de-sac. I mean, like in the middle of the road. They drop trash and don't link it all up. I've had to go out and sweep up broken glass in front of my driveway. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I have them on video, like, when I send that to you guys, it's just.
Yeah, no, hey, I apologize that that's happening, and I know that the apology doesn't fix the issue. Regards to pricing, that was an agreement that was set up with the council before I started with a change of service. I don't know if you want me to shed light on that, but that's when we wanted to upgrade the carts to 96 gallon, and then we didn't upgrade the carts. Unfortunately, that's something that happened before, my time, and I think we fumbled sort of that execution a little bit, right? I think we could have communicated better, and we could have been more transparent, and I apologize for that. I'm happy to take your name and your street, right? And for as long as we have this contract, if I got to make sure that an ops manager or supervisor keeps an eye on your street on a weekly basis, I'm committed to do that, right? You pay for a service, and you're not getting that service. So I'm not going to give you excuses. I've got to apologize and say, just give me your street, your name, and your number, and I'll get better.
They need to be careful.
Yeah.
They need to do their job and finish it.
I understand.
Not just leave everything in the middle of the road. It's a simple thing.
Sure.
If I may address that price increase, and you can help me with specifics, I'm gonna be very general. So during the pandemic, there was before the pandemic got here, in the contract, there was an agreement that every year or 2 years, they could go up on the price based on the current market. So when the pandemic hit, they came to us and said, hey, we don't want to go up on the price, but to offset that cost of fuel and other things that they were dealing with, they offered to go to every other week recycling. So as a council, we decided that instead of going up on the price, which they were due within their contract that they could do, we went to the every other week recycling, with the agreement that they provided larger cans to everyone that needed a larger can. Agreed that didn't go as well as none of us thought it would. So a few months back, we met, we got a proposal back, and we went back to every week recycling, I think for a nominal fee of $1.
$1.50 a month.
Yeah, so that I took a lot of heat over in the Observer, but that's the history of it. It was they were due to raise the fee by contract, and we just tried to offset that raise by going to every other week. And we had a lot more people that said, I can't take the raise, so we just tried to come up with a solution, and it didn't work, so we went back to it.
In our development, we didn't get information on why things were changing, So it just felt like we were getting less for the same amount of money. It was very strange, but thank you for clarifying.
And not passing the buck, but I mean, we discussed that in the open meeting, and it was in the records and in Northwest Observer, which everything we do here is. But I agree, yeah, I guess.
The information that was mailed to us from, I guess, the Republic, it could have stayed something.
I agree with you, It's just,
Especially if you're like a new development, people are just moving in. We don't know where to look for
Sure.
information,
Sure, it's tough, and I think the town, I think the town can do a better job of communicating changes like that. So, I mean, we won't put it all on the vendor. I do have a question for Ms. Martin, our town clerk. Ms. Martin, in the contract, it says the town will be provided a customer complaint log kept and maintained by Republic and provided to the town on a quarterly basis. How are those customer complaints coming in and looking to you as provided by Republic?
Mayor Pro Tem, I am not aware of any of those reports being submitted to my office, at least since I've been here.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else?
George,
Yes?
are y'all,
Got some
is
questions?
that still something that's going on and we, is that something, if you do get the contract, did we ever do that or can we start doing that since the contract does say it?
We'd definitely be able to start doing it. Since I've been here, Derek, I've never heard of that being sort of a standard operating procedure, but hey, listen, more transparency is not going to hurt anybody. We're happy to do it.
Ed, do you have a question?
Is recycling weekly now or every other week?
Weekly.
It's been weekly since, I believe, April or May.
I didn't know that either.
It's November. Weekly since November.
Okay, I thought so. But every other week, I get a call saying it's been delayed. So my trash can stays on the road to Thursday to Friday. And that is not acceptable. I mean, I expect my trash to pick up on Wednesday, not Thursday or Friday. And that happens like every other week. So I understand that we have a jobs issue, we have an employee issue, we have not enough people working to make that happen, but I wish you would make it better.
Yeah, hey, and look, I appreciate you being understanding, but hey, it's not your job to be understanding, right? That's our job, right? To get the job done. And, I've told Mr. Foy several times, I wish that I can blame the economy and blame trucks and blame supply chains, but it's the reality that we're all facing, but we still got a job to do. And one thing I will want to go on the record and say is I have never, ever declined the credit for a customer, and I think we've actually been pretty generous. That doesn't mean that, we were owed a thank you by no means, but if we skip you, we're not going to give you a credit for 1 week. I mean, we've credited 6 months, we've credited 3 months. I think being somebody who has my own trash, I just want my trash picked up, right? I don't care about the credit, but we're not hiding from the issue, right? We're willing to open the checkbook and refund accordingly, and and I appreciate you being understanding, but we just got to get better with it, And I've never wanted to give excuses, but we're facing some tough realities, and we will do everything we can to get better.
Danny?
Thank you again. And Mr. Boyd, and Mr. Rigsby, and Mr. Jones, I've had these conversations. I'm the vice president of the Auburn Homeowners Association. Since day one, when I moved into my house, I was welcomed that the trash wasn't picked up for 4 weeks between me taking over the house and the previous owner who was still paying for service. Then what I do normally, because I don't want to get a bill every month, I called Republic and said, I just want to pay you once a year. Tell me what the amount is, I pay you, don't send me a bill for the rest of the year. I don't know if that's a standard practice, the girl on the phone seemed to say it wasn't. I said, that's what I want to do, I'll pay you in advance, just don't bother me the rest of the year, respectfully. 6 months later, I get a bill for 73 cents. I call up, I said, listen, 73 cents doesn't make me or break me, but as a businessman, we made a contract. You can't go in the middle of the contract and upcharge me, whether it's 73 cents, $1.50, $50, $100. Took me about 7 phone calls at different departments to get that eradicated. Then we come to the oil on the trucks, the hydraulic fluid. I called everyone. Luckily today, I made a great contact with the Department of Environmental Quality for the state of North Carolina. Our development was paid for a year ago. Our streets look miserable. I have the pictures, council has seen the pictures, it's atrocious. To me, how the company gets away with environmental issues, dropping on the streets that are state-owned streets, and they're not held accountable, I'm EPA cops looking at my trucks, I had state, I had DEP, I had everybody out there checking trucks and truck stops. They would have been towed and yanked immediately. How those trucks are on the road, how you're even paying for the cost of hydraulic fluid at the amounts that it's leaking out, I can't understand from a businessman, as a businessman, to be honest with you. Derek has done great communication. We did see a truck come out. Our last complaint, we had a homeowner, gave the address, crew supposedly came out, homeowner called me and said, "Dan, I just want you to know," because I told him the crew's gonna be out there. Crew didn't even go to his house. They went to another house, and so on. They never even went to his house. It's simple. Address, go to the house. If it could be clean, bring it. If it can't, we're gonna live with the spots, but the spots are all over the neighborhood. Last week, I'm coming off of 40, and I get off onto 68, and goes in front of me, a Republic truck. The next thing I know, paper coming out of the top of the truck, basically hitting the front of my pickup truck, and because I'm moving, sticking to the grill. I followed the guy all the way up to the BP gas station on Moore River and 68. Got out, his name was John. I said, "John, I gotta tell you, I'm on the phone right now with your company. You left trash all the way down between 40 and 73. I now know why these roads look the way they do. If it's paper, foam, tissue, anything light, it's coming out of the top of those trucks." In this instance, it happened to be the Republic truck that I saw. I also am a member of the Oak Ridge Lions Club, and I push them to put beautification. And we go out and we volunteer and we spend our time cleaning Linville Road. I personally clean Moore River Road, all that stuff. So between the oil, between the shoddy service, I just got another bill recently for another 73 cents. My bill came up, that's due, and I always pay by the year. What they neglected to tell me is technically their contract's up in 6 months. So what I did is I sent the bill back at 6 months and adjusted the amount of money. If they get the contract again, then they could bill me for the next 6 months. But in this year, if you know your contract's up, I shouldn't get a bill for the following year. You should get the bill for when the contract ends. I also did some research and found out that in the spring of 2018, the fluid leaks was a huge topic in Summerfield's town meetings. And the representative from Republic at that time said, "It's unfortunate we have older trucks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera." This is not a problem that just started. This is a problem that's been ongoing. Unfortunately, sir, I don't know, if you know enough of the background, but it hasn't been rectified. I don't know why. When I ran my trucks, I would never have anything. And if it did, it would be rectified. Somehow it's gotta get rectified, whether they lose the contract, they lose business. In business, if I didn't provide good service, I lost the business. It's just the way it is. But I don't see Republic, unfortunately, really taking care of the issues, because they've been here for a long time. And it's a shame that we did get repaved streets last year, a run. But the whole, and in addition, our own association, which is listed as 7575 Fall River, Hall Meadows, sometimes 3 weeks at a clip, our trash can doesn't get picked up, because I'm the one who puts it out. So, I'm at my wit's end. I stopped, I think I've been enough with paving the rear end to the Stokesdale Council with my communication. I'm at the point where I really do throw my hands up a little bit, because it just doesn't get rectified. I asked them to call me back, gave them my number, called me back last week, how you gonna fix the truck? John, the driver, told me, "Listen, the hop is closed, it's a design flaw." I don't know what you guys gotta do, but between trash coming out of the trucks, the oil spitting out, this is not an environmental company. Very far from it.
But, sir, do you have an explanation coming for this hydraulic fluid? You can't get parts, you can't buy a new truck. There's something in the global supply chain that's preventing you from fixing these trucks?
Yeah, and I want to make sure, and look, we don't deserve your business, and I'm not going to ask for your business if I can't provide service. For the record, I'm not going to create excuses, so I don't know if you were looking for that, but yeah, I understand business, and if we're not keeping our end of the deal, hey, our competition's here, entertain them, and I don't say that out of disrespect. I say that because I'm not going to, it's been happening since 2018. I don't want this to happen in 2026. Now you're gonna end up calling me a liar, right? And I deserve that, right? I mean, I'm not taking it personal. We need to fix that, right? Yeah.
My
So
question, sir.
yeah. Sorry. So you know, the trucks leak, right? Does it make
Sir, I want to say, not to brag on myself in a sense, I grew up running machinery.
Sure.
I have a CDL. I've driven trucks. I have personally repacked hydraulic cylinders, or at least assisted on numerous occasions. I have at least a layman's understanding of this.
Yeah.
When I can track where your trucks stop at, it looks to me like in the old days when people used to oil the dirt roads in Stokesdale. They would dribble oil down the road in rows 2 or 3 inches apart. Are you aware that your trucks are putting out this much fluid? I'm very accommodating if you can explain to me, some reason for this. We can't get the parts to fix it. We can't get our new trucks. I mean,
so
how can I vote for your company?
it's a combination of short mechanics, short parts, and short on the supply chain. You know, Heil is one of the largest manufacturers of trucks, and we've been owed new trucks since 2020. One of the ways we try to offset that is to provide rental trucks. Rental trucks historically are a little bit quieter, a little bit, they mechanically a little better, and those rental trucks are in Stokesdale. Now, granted, not all 5 routes that we run are in Stokesdale, but we try to, allocate the assets. So when the night ends and we're stuck between downing a truck for 3 days and really trying to, hey, instead of the patchwork, let's really try to fix it at its conclusion. The trade-off is leaving 800, 900 routes on the ground. So it just becomes a very vicious cycle. And I have a hard time explaining this only because I never want this to come across as an excuse. It's a juggling act between not having enough technicians, not having enough new trucks, and just quite frankly, waiting forever for parts at time. So unfortunately, we got to patch sometimes, and it's not the desired outcome, but it's just the reality of what we're facing, unfortunately.
Well, if I hadn't witnessed this with my own eyes, perhaps, forgive me, Mr. O'Connor, I might think he was exaggerating a bit, but I've seen it on multiple streets and multiple subdivisions. We as citizens, we may not want to, but we can pick up the loose trash laying up and down the side of the road, and we can kind of clean up a little bit. But this hydraulic fluid issue is just not one of those things that we can rectify as volunteers.
Yeah.
And, I don't get it. I don't understand.
Yeah. It's frustrating for me, sir. And we try to attack it as best as we can. But to the gentleman's point, it's been happening for a long time. I mean, I don't want anybody to think I'm lying here because it's been going on for longer than I would have ever wanted it to go on. And if I didn't catch that earlier, I lived in Stokesdale for 2 years, and it was frustrating. It's frustrating for me to see that, and knowing that we can't find a long-term solution for it. Sure. Yeah. Hey, look. When we look at trying to find the right talent, trying to fill open recs, it's extremely challenging to find mechanics in today's day and age, right? So just perspective, at the fleet that we run out of Greensboro, I should probably have about 12 technicians, and I have 6. Again, my problem, not y'all's, right? But the reality is, we try to do the best we can. We have a fleet of 75 trucks to 6 mechanics. So our maintenance manager, I'm happy to, when I give my business card out tonight, I'm happy to give his number. He's not going to shy away from the challenges. He's the person who, when you give an address to clean an oil spill, they went to the wrong address, but that's my guy, right? He's the one who tries to jump on it. To make doubling down on, it starts with the amount of employees that we have in the shop. That's where it's going to start, because that's what builds capacity. And that's what's been the biggest struggle, is trying to get enough people. Understood.
All right.
Understood.
Well, George, I appreciate you getting up there. You are definitely a gentleman. I enjoy working with you, and you as a person, I think, anybody that lives in Stokesdale is lucky to call you a neighbor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Derek.
All right. I'd like to introduce Mr. Seth Heath from GFL Environmental.
All right, good afternoon. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to be here. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Seth Heath. I am the general manager for GFL Environmental, which was, many of you may know us more formally as Waste Industries. Been around in this area, based out of Raleigh, North Carolina for over 40 years, but merged with GFL a few years back. And took on a new name, took on a little bit different look. You might see some of our cans around the Oak Ridge area. We are currently the contract holder for the trash services in Oak Ridge, bright green trash trucks. To follow up after George, I can't sit here and tell you that none of the same issues are going to happen. I want to be 100% transparent with you all and realistic with the expectations. I mean, I have a truck that's brand new, that's 2 days old, and from the manufacturer blew a hydraulic filter off in a neighborhood in Oak Ridge just over 3 weeks ago that we're dealing with. That cleanup, but that was a manufacturer defect. We have the manufacturer that's getting on board with cleaning that up for us. So I'm here to say that I think that realistically problems are going to occur, but it's how you react to them and the communication that goes into that. I think as a company, as a branch, we communicate very well. We react very quickly. We handle the issues whenever they come up. I think that's why we've been so successful in Oak Ridge for as long as we have and been able to retain that contract and build such a good relationship, as well as build our municipal book of business across our footprint here with recently renewing our contract out in Burlington for 17,000 homes in Burlington. We do this town of China Grove. We do the city of Midway, Trinity, just to name a few other. If you have any interest in calling them up and asking about our service, I think that all of them would give high marks on GFL and their dealings with us. But that is the nature of the beast. I'm not making any excuses either. The challenges that George talks about are real as far as hiring people and getting equipment, and we face a lot of those same issues, but I do think that we manage it very well, and we have a really good team that's in place that can handle those challenges, and we have a proven track record of that, and I feel like we've been very fortunate through COVID and some of the issues that have come up, that we've had the foresight to really staff up ahead of time to make sure that we've kept our staffing levels above really where we've needed them, above where we've budgeted them, keeping extra headcount on board, hiring additional mechanics whenever a good person kind of falls in your lap, even if you didn't need them at the time, knowing that you were going to have potentially somebody out sick later on, and we can't use. There's just not enough good people out there these days. So whenever somebody does come along good, we're very quick to react. So definitely would love to offer up any questions that you may have of us. If given the opportunity, what a transition may look like, I'd be happy to speak to that. Obviously, we would want to make it widely known that we were successful in winning your business. And being that it is subscription service, we would send out letters to the entire town. We would try to, obviously put something in Northwest Observer, Facebook, social media, those sorts of things, make sure that the word is getting out there. Again, if we're successful to get as much interest as possible, we'd probably sub out to a professional delivery company that does this for a living to deliver carts to an address list of those interested in starting service with GFL. We had asked Republic if they would be interested to provide us a current service list of customers, assuming that they would want to transition their services over to GFL at that time, if successful. So, and then something that is a little bit different about us is we do have a local call center. We're right here in High Point, so not too far away, but local people here to answer the phone. Supervisors that you're going to have their cell phone numbers directly, lead drivers that you're going to have their cell phone directly, email addresses, a dedicated customer service person, an office manager, my cell phone number. So you're going to have many different pathways to communicate with our company and to make sure that if there's issues that we're transferring that information back and forth and resolving it as quickly as possible.
Seth, an advantage Republic has is that they've been here forever.
Right.
At least since 2011. So that's not forever, but so they're the incumbent, right?
Right.
They have things that are already in place. I mentioned, me personally would like to see whoever the contractor is awarded to, that we have recycling pickup and trash pickup on the same day.
Right.
Every week. Do you have any concerns with your company? I mean, Republic can do it. Do you have any concerns with your company being able to do this on the same day? It doesn't have to be Wednesdays, but.
Right. So most likely how we would propose it is Thursday and Fridays. We'd split the town in half, so we're doing half the town on one day, the other half of the town on another day. We like to do it not necessarily all in one day, because if there was an issue the day prior, then it's real easy. If I get a phone call, I can just send that truck right back over and pick that person up.
So to clarify, let's just use my house as an example. Right. If you have to split the town, that's okay, but I would want.
Right. You would have Thursday trash and Thursday recycle.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's standard operating procedures for us, so it's very, very rare if we would ever split those up.
Okay, well, that's good, that's good to know.
Are you having any staffing problems now?
No, sir, we're fully staffed actually right now. Just again, for the purposes, like I said, we've really tried to stay ahead of the game to understand that COVID is an issue, and obviously, with quarantine periods and just the lack of interest in the market today for CDL driving jobs. When we've had good talent come our way, we've been very quick to hire and overstaff to the best of our abilities, just to ensure that we have full head count.
Do you guys run your trucks through a service lane when they come in the evenings?
We do. It's actually called Safety Lane. So it's come in the afternoon. Every driver is required to go through it. It's a driver and a mechanic. They walk around the truck together as the truck's coming through the safety lane. They check pretty standard DOT type items, anything that would be checked off on their vehicle condition report that day. They're checking tire pressures. They're looking at signals, making sure that all of their beacons are working, lights, mirrors, and then obviously looking for any potential damage or leaks on the trucks, so that they could proactively take care of those issues that night before the truck is deployed the next day.
Do you shut your trucks down if they have a major leak? Do you have enough trucks to be able to do that?
We do. So right now in residential, we're about a 35% overage as far as trucks. The industry standard, I'd say, is about 10%.
So one monkey's not gonna stop no show, right?
Right.
So one truck's not gonna.
Right. That's correct.
Nothing like a Jimmy isn't, to sum it up.
And most likely, you know, again, kind of going back to Oak Ridge, Oak Ridge being a very longstanding customer of ours and municipalities in general, we try to keep our newest, nicest equipment in all of our municipalities. And that's, you know, pretty standard for us as well. So the newest trucks that I have are just up the road here in Oak Ridge, and most likely those are going to be the exact same trucks that would come over here and service you, if not, you know, one that's even newer that would, you know, potentially come with this contract.
Insofar as your complaint process, let's just say a customer calls, has a complaint, it's not rectified, makes a second call, and when it comes time for that third call, is somebody routing that call to you or a managing employee? One of the things that's happening here with the town of Stokesdale, we're on a tight budget here. Right. These ladies here, they have work to do all day long in this building without having to answer calls about people with a trash problem, with oil leaking off the truck, and those sorts of things. And every time we go through this cycle, whoever's the trash franchisee is burning up our administrative time. And there's not consistency with the way these complaints are handled.
I would fully...
And that causes everybody in this room to waste time.
Right.
And so I would like to see some sort of, you convince me that you have some sort of standardized complaint information receiving process that will free up our staff so they don't have to get into this.
Right. So we do have, being this is a subscription-based service, you're not requiring everybody to use this service, and the billing is going to be individual bills to the homeowner. We're going to have a full database of all of that information, and the expectation would be that the customer is calling us directly. So you guys should never hear any of these issues ever.
Yes, sir, but we do.
Right. So we would ask for those to be directed to us, and then obviously we do have a complaint process. Whenever the customer will call in, say it's, you know, they missed my service, or I forgot to put it out, or whatever the issue might be, you know, there's a log of all of that information that takes place. Obviously, we can start to see trends. If, you know, if somebody repeatedly doesn't put their can out every single week, I should be able to say, hey, you know, sir, you didn't have your can out at 7 o'clock or at 6 o'clock or 4 o'clock, whatever time it might be that you didn't have it out. We're going to come back and get you tomorrow, but have it out, you know, the night before. That would really help us out. Or if it's a miss issue, or if it's, you know, somebody puts a deer carcass in their can and expects us to pick it up and throw away. Something that's along those lines. You know, we're gonna notate that. We're gonna try to give some sort of communication back to the customer. Usually we have tags that we'll use if it's a repeated issue, you know, that we could put on top of the can, and that communicates back to the customer. But there is a standard process that usually it's gonna go to a customer service rep first. If they can't handle that, then it goes to a supervisor. If the supervisor can't handle it, then it's gonna come to me, and then I'm gonna make sure that it's handled.
What procedure do you have for yard waste?
We did not offer yard waste service as part of our bid.
At all?
No, sir.
It was not in the RFP for the town.
Republic does.
That's news to me.
Yeah, just put it in a bag, call them, and they'll pick it up. They've provided, George, am I wrong?
Right. That's not something that we bid on. I mean, if that's truly something that is of interest, you know, obviously we could negotiate after the fact, but like I said, that's not included in our proposal.
Is there a charge for it? I mean,
No, what you do is you buy, at one time you bought some tags, and you just have to tag your bag, so they knew that was, you know, part of the deal, but I don't even think we got charged the last time. George, can you correct me?
The way the current contract is, it's very two inconsistent things. It's inconsistent with how we provide that service, when how you have to call it in, because you can't call it in every single day of the week. So it's a set point, it's actually very challenging to provide that type of service. It's a totally different type of business.
Yeah, they give us a date. I mean, they, we'll get it next Thursday, that kind of thing, or whatever it happens to be.
I got about 9 Christmas trees in my woods.
Hey, they're rots on your leg. So you're saying that they offer that, but there is a charge. There is a charge, you're saying? Yes, sir. It's supposed to be a charge. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
you're
it's
not doing
minimal.
it for free. Okay, that's,
Minimal.
okay, well, I mean, it's still a charge.
Yeah, oh,
but It's
yeah,
not like
oh,
it's
yeah.
already being paid for.
Yeah, exactly. It's not part of the contract.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
okay, well, okay.
Seth, anything else?
No, just again, I appreciate the opportunity to get up and speak tonight, and obviously the opportunity to provide pricing and a proposal.
Well, Seth, we appreciate you and we all, and George. We just for everybody's information, we did do this in a closed bid process. That's not required by state statute. It's I think it's a best practice. We've done it for several other new proposals, and so town council, and to my knowledge, staff has not seen any information in there. So I think we're at the point where Ms. Martin can open up the bids and share the damage. Ms. Martin, do we only have 2?
We did. We only had 2. We did reach out to Waste Management, and they declined to submit a bid because it's not meet the June 1st deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Two copies, one is marked original and one is marked.
That'll be fine.
The cost will be good.
Are we voting on these tonight?
We might.
I mean, we need to review something besides price, probably. Well, let's go ahead and we'll.
We're gonna have a recess after this and we'll contemplate.
Well, we just might need to look over it.
Mr. Foy, I appreciate all the effort putting this together. Is this where the pertinent information we're looking for is gonna be on this one sheet here? You squinting, that's better. Is this gonna tell us everything we need to know when these are open?
Yes, sir, should. Okay, in my opinion.
Okay, it looks like they have
the intent.
submitted 3 different options. Option 1, weekly curbside collection of solid waste with contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out poly carts. Weekly curbside recycling with contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out poly carts, $27.
That's per month.
Yes.
Yes.
It says provide quarterly charges.
Service charge for bi-weekly bulk waste disposal collection at location in the town of Stokesdale to be determined, 50 cents. Is that per?
Now, does that say bi-weekly?
That's what
We
you just
requested
said.
biannual.
Annual.
Okay.
Annual.
Okay, so biannual bulk waste. So just think of it like this. There's a big trash can or dumpster somewhere around town, and if you have bulk waste in your house, there will be 2 times.
So that would be like a couch mattress somebody needs to get rid of, too large to fit in the container.
It says total quarterly charge for each residential customer with $27.50.
Total quarterly?
Quarterly charge for each residential customer, $27.50. Per the specifications of the RFP, once-a-week trash collection, once-a-week recycling collection, biannual bulk waste disposal, same-day service, bill individual residents quarterly. That's option one. Option two. Same information provided. Weekly curbside collection, solid waste with contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out polycarts, plus weekly curbside collection and recycles with contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out polycarts, $25. Service charge for biannual bulk waste disposal collection at location to be determined, 50 cents. Total quarterly charge for each residential customer, $25.50. Once a week trash collection, once a week recycling collection, biannual bulk waste disposal, bill individual residents quarterly, service trash and recycling on 2 different days.
So that's the difference in option 1 and 2, is that option 2 is 2 different days?
Yes. Option 3. Weekly curbside collection on solid waste, contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out polycarts. Weekly curbside collection of recycles with contractor supplied 96-gallon polycarts, $24. Service charge for biannual bulk waste disposal collection at location to be determined, $0. Total quarterly charge for each residential customer, $24. Once a week trash collection, once a week recycling collection, biannual bulk waste disposal, service trash and recycling on 2 different days, and bill town for service monthly. Option 3.
Bill the town monthly.
For service monthly.
How does the town get its money?
We're not gonna do that, so, I mean, I'm not gonna vote for something like that.
George, we pay roughly 61 a quarter now, and these were per month.
Yeah, I don't know, and I apologize, man, for the confusion, but all those rates are monthly rates, those are not quarterly rates.
So $27.50 is the monthly rate, billed quarterly. Okay.
So that would be $82.50.
Does the RFP, does it say $27.50 quarterly?
What was option?
I'm sorry, yeah, does it say quarterly though?
Yes, it does. Total
In that document you're holding says quarterly,
says quarterly.
but George is saying these are monthly charges.
Yeah, and I apologize for that confusion.
Yeah, George, that's it for me, bro. That's it. You know, I'm gonna make a motion to, go ahead and not consider Republic.
Let's get the other bid.
That's fine.
So you actually went up from about $16, $16.50 or something.
Well, I got excited here thinking that they went down half.
Well, that's what I was meant to get, I mean, you know, what's going on?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
It's the little details.
Do you have any bid? Really didn't want to believe.
It's really sealed. Your hand.
Really.
Dale, it's under tab 4.
I mean, really what we're looking for is, once a week on the same day, right?
That's preferable.
I mean,
That's preferable.
I mean, we've said,
For the individual property owner, residential property owner, once a week on the same day.
yeah,
From my perspective, if either candidate wanted to split half of Stokesdale on a Tuesday and then the other half on a Wednesday, that's,
As long
it
as,
wouldn't matter if they did it in 4 days or 5 days, as long as, you know, the property owner was getting.
as long
the
as the
same day.
property owner only has to
Not
pull out
confusing
the
either.
trash cans twice, or 2 cans.
We
of-
want it the same day.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not gonna pay, the town's not gonna be writing a check. I don't believe that these guys would vote for something like that.
Weekly curbside collection of solid waste with contractor supplied 96-gallon roll-out poly carts, and weekly curbside collection of recyclables with contractor supplied 96-gallon poly carts. $22.75 per month. Service charge for biannual waste disposal collection at location in the town of Stokesdale to be determined. $500 each, I'm assuming that's incident.
Right, each year, so you have spring, like a spring and fall, and 500 would cover that bulk pickup service.
Is that a 500 per residence?
No, sir. The way that we had discussed it was that we were going to put like a roll-off container at Town Hall, and people could use
okay.
it as a drop-off site, you know, for spring and fall cleaning,
Okay.
for bulk service. But the quarterly, yeah, well, go ahead, sorry, Dale.
Total quarterly charge for each residential customer, $68.75. And that's the only option. Correct.
68.25.
What did I say? I'm sorry.
I think you said
68.25.
68.75.
I'm sorry, yes.
That's the same day per residence, but you may want to split the town up.
That's correct. Likely, we would propose a Thursday, Friday pickup.
Okay.
Here's a notation, it says 1,000 per year.
Right, that's for the bulk. Just the 2 pickups for the bulk would be a total of $1,000.
Can I speak? I was the one that did that. I'm Norma Yanez. I'm the government contracts manager for most of North Carolina. And what we were thinking about was we didn't know how many residents were going to use the bulk. So once we figure out how many that will take the subscription customers service, then we can divide up the $1,000 per year in an incremental amount over the 12 months, and we just incremental and add it on there. If it's $1,000 divided by 1,600 divided by 12, you're not looking at a lot of extra money.
Unless the town wanted to pay for that directly as a, you know, as
How
a
about that,
give
Jimmy?
me.
You gonna let the town pay for that?
No, no.
I didn't say Timmy, I said Jimmy.
Squeaky squeak.
Let's have a recess. That's your question. Yeah.
Question. Stokesdale United Methodist Church currently has a Republic dumpster. What would,
You can keep it.
what, do we keep that?
I mean, it don't have anything to do with, I don't think, does it? I mean, you can contract anybody for a dumpster.
Okay. I just-
As far as I know, I don't know of any.
I've never done this before, so.
You can get a better deal. Seth, you do dumpsters?
We do, yes, sir.
Get the better deal.
So,
You got a right to do what you.
just to clarify, Republic's quarterly cost, using option number 1, $82.50. And GFL's is $68.25.
Plus the incremental for the $1,000.
Which I figured probably around 50 cents as well, or less per person per month. Yeah,
A nickel, 1,600, so it'll be about a nickel.
yeah. So it's
Now, this is for 3 years. Is there any fuel surcharges or anything like that put in there, or any,
We did stipulate fuel at $4, so.
In other words, if fuel increased to $4, there would,
the diesel's there, damn. I mean, y'all run diesel trucks now.
Is the $4 charge a quarterly or?
No, so if diesel prices hit $4 a gallon, then we would be able to negotiate
Increase
an additional increase to offset that.
did ask for, just since you're gonna go into recess, we did ask for a cost of living increase year over year as well, based on a month and an index. So I think that's, the CPI, you have it in there now, and,
Well, the CPI is high now, so in theory, if it decreases next year by 3% with a, that's a,
for example, I put in here January of the previous year, so January's just came out in February, you could say December's. That way it's the same index year over year, I can't pick months and things. And what I asked for it for was on, urban all items, which is what's across everything. But we could stipulate it just to be on garbage and trash. They do, the Bureau of Labor Statistics does have a very specific index that's tied to garbage and trash. That's something we can negotiate.
Can we negotiate it out?
Well, you have to understand, it's, the cost, we have no control. It's like the stock market out there these days.
Don't talk about it.
Yeah, how everything goes up and how we have no control. This kind of looks, it gives us something. Maybe we can put a not to exceed on it or something like
Yeah,
that.
at least a not to exceed, yeah.
But that's not something you want to talk about here, though, but.
Well, we do most of our stuff in public. We're pretty open and transparent. We try to be anyway.
That's not a problem.
These are the folks who's gonna be spending the money,
Yes, sir.
you know.
Well, like I said, right now you have it on CPIU all items, and there's no not to exceed on it.
Yeah.
So I just took what was in your contract that you had now, and that's what I put in there, just to have the provisions saying that that's, I didn't want to, I wanted to be fully, visible too. I didn't want to say something and then come back later and say no.
Right. Okay. Well,
George, do you guys have the same verbiage about tied to a CPI?
Yeah, it's
measure?
standard.
It's
standard practice in the
right, right. A question, I guess, for both of you. Right now, using the stock market analogy, right now everything's high, inflation. It's reasonable, hopefully, that it's going to come down. I mean, it's got to, right? But so that means it would be adjusted down potentially.
If it's a minus, we could put that in there, but I don't foresee it being minus in the next 3 years. I mean, and I have seen that in years past. I've been doing this about 15 years.
Yeah.
We've had some years that it was a negative number, and we did adjust it down by the 0.5% or whatever it was.
Right.
We're willing to do that. Increase or decrease according to what the index says.
Yeah, Derek, one thing I would add there, and they might use a different index, but we're typically pretty similar. Labor's a big driver of that. So, when you think about labor's not going anywhere, that's the reality. I mean, what we pay drivers now, people in that industry, what we pay them now, I don't ever see that going backwards. If anything, it's going to continue to increase, right? So, to her point, it can go down, and if it's in the contract, it goes down, right? But it's a very turbulent time right now with labor. We just don't see that going down.
You just about gotta have a cap. Nothing's gonna go down. As long as they're printing money like they're doing, and they're not gonna stop, things are just gonna continue to go up. And we just start to see just a little bit of it. You wait. So I think we definitely need a cap. What kind of a cap would you be comfortable with?
Mr. Heath, this is your contract.
So
If we're gonna get fuel, how about a 4% cap?
Right.
If it's less than that, you pay
Yeah.
for less. If it's less,
I was going to say most contracts that we've negotiated here recently have been 5%. So
What about 3?
I would maybe go along with 3 barring landfill increases. That's something I have zero control over.
Landfill increases? Well, that's a start.
You want to take a recess?
It's hard to.
I'd actually like to go ahead and move forward. I mean, we can take a recess, but we can't discuss it. So the purpose of recess is mute.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make a proposal that we accept the proposal. Bear with me just a second. I got her typed out. You want me to? Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to get the book for you?
Yeah, that'd be great. You said you have it typed out?
Typed out.
Okay. I'm gonna make a proposal that we accept the proposal with some negotiations for some of the finite details from GFL for, the $22.75 per month, with a total quarterly charge of $68.25, with a slight adjustment to compensate for the biannual service charge bulk waste disposal collection, once they determine their customer base.
I'd like to put a friendly amendment on there that we do a 3% cap, not including the landfill fees.
I'll accept
If
that.
there's an increase in landfill fees.
Is there a second?
We accept
I
another,
second it.
we accept another friendly amendment.
Yes.
I'd like to include in the motion that Town Attorney Tom Medlin would review the documentation presented by GFL and prepare the contract for the town of Stokesdale to mirror what you've said, Jim. Upon completion of the contract, I would like for Mr. Medlin to share that with all of town council. Give the mayor the authority to provide Mr. Medlin the go-ahead to present the contract to GFL, and upon the signed contract receipt from GFL, give Mayor Crawford the authority to sign the contract on behalf of the town of Stokesdale.
Is there a second to this motion?
That's it.
All right. Jim?
Aye.
Well, excuse me,
I'm sorry. Did you have something
you
else
know, I
wanted
have,
to add?
have questions.
Certainly.
It's hard for me to keep up with you high-speed folks.
I know. That's what you get when you elect a Yankee to the mayor's spot, right?
Absolutely. Are we certain that we have captured the variables in this contract in such a way that we're not gonna be surprised when we're reading it after it's been delivered and signed? I don't wanna,
Well,
I don't want the Nancy Pelosi thing to go on here where we have to, approve it and sign it before I get to.
that's why I added the verbiage.
Yeah, but what you've got is a request, an RFP, request for proposal. You're accepting that proposal. This is like a letter of intent. It's not a contract. So your vote tonight doesn't bind anything. It then moves us forward to draft the contract, the terms of which have to be acceptable to them, have to be acceptable to us, and then that gets approved. And there'll be some negotiations on that.
For your
Mr.
consideration.
Medlin, forgive me, but I thought I just understood we were voting to authorize you to review the contract, submit it to these folks, get it signed, take a look at it, and then authorizing the mayor to sign the contract.
No, sir. Just to clarify, the motion was for Mr. Medlin to review the RFP and the GFL's information, to draft a contract, present it to all of town council and the town clerk, and we've given in the motion Mayor Crawford the authority to tell Tom to proceed with presenting that contract to GFL for GFL to sign. When GFL signs it, part of the motion was to give Mayor Crawford the authority to sign it. And then, at that point, it appears we would be under contract. We
Well,
also need to include a start date of July 1st, 2022.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, then I'm making the final vote so far as my vote here.
No, you have a final say. You have a final say. Once the contract is put together, you're gonna have a chance to review it. Yes, sir. That's what he just said.
Yes, we have to vote on the final contract, and we don't have that yet.
What we're gonna do, we're gonna have a
All
special
you're
call
giving me
meeting.
is authority to sign the final contract so that not everybody has to sign it. But I've gotta have your consent to do it.
Well, excuse me, that is not clear to me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, that's the way it is.
That's why I have to ask questions, so.
It's a good question.
No offense.
It's a good question. We don't do this often. So, I appreciate the detail.
Well,
Tom?
procedurally, you can tell me which way you want to go with it. We can draft and send it to you. You can make comments. You can call me up. We can get it the way you want it. We'll ship it over for them, for their review, for their comments. Any changes will be redlined. It'll come back to you. You get to keep seeing it. And until all of you say, yeah, looks good, then it goes back to them, and when they've got it to where they'll sign it, then it comes back to you. And you'll see that they've signed it.
Did you just say any one of us could veto it through this process then? So it would have to come back to council?
Maybe, no,
Mike-
that process probably doesn't have a veto in it. I would have to agree.
Will we need
that
to
it
have a
would.
special call, a meeting to okay the contract? I think that's where he's
This
going.
contract will not
That
take place
once,
until
once we
June.
have a signed contract and it's
July.
back for you to sign, that it gets put, you have a meeting and you approve it.
Then we approve, okay, so we need to have a special call meeting.
That's
We
what-
did it before.
Mr. Medlin, I'm admittedly slow, you know, I admit that, folks, but I don't like to vote on contracts I don't have in my hand.
Right.
I don't do that in my personal business, and I don't want to do it for the town either. So that's just the way I am, sorry.
Okay, so he's gonna want not to give the authority to sign until it comes back and the contract that has been signed by the provider comes back for final approval and vote. That'll be on the record.
That's cool.
Okay,
That works.
that's,
Yes,
do it
ma'am.
that way.
Part of the RFP, we were supposed to submit a sample contract.
I figured you would.
And I'll be glad to send it to you in Word if you want.
That'd be great. I'll give you my card.
Yeah,
We need it quick, because we don't want to mix any trash pickups.
yeah.
When, the contract changes in July, am I correct?
July 1st.
July 1st.
You gotta get set
So
up.
we could have a meeting between now and then to vote on the approval of the contract.
Sir, we need it as soon as you can get it, if we're gonna have to find all these people and
Sure.
notify them and all that. So as soon as we get all the things worked out and you can vote on it, we would really appreciate it.
I mean, we just need to call, once he does what he needs to do, we'll call a special call meeting, come in here 5 minutes and do it.
Okay.
I think Tim's got a great point about not voting until he sees a contract in hand.
Yeah.
So, I think we know how to proceed.
That will be a lot faster than having to go back up and fix a hiccup if we have one.
Sure, you're absolutely right.
Okay. So then
So are you ready to vote?
you're going, Jim, it sounds to me like you're gonna amend the motion to delete the provision about giving the mayor authority and adding that once the contract is signed and comes back, it'll be set for a meeting.
Yes,
vote.
yes.
Okay.
And then I would second Tom's amendment.
Who seconded the original motion?
I did.
Mr. Lander.
So, and do you accept that as
Oh,
a
yeah,
second?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think that's the way we ought to do it.
All right. Discussion.
Ms. Martin, you think we got it?
Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call question.
Say yeah.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call question.
Any further discussion? I'll call question. Jim?
Jim is aye.
Derek?
Derek's aye.
Jimmy?
I'm a,
Tim?
Aye.
And I am aye. What you want to do?
Mr. Mayor, can we take a 10-minute recess, please?
Certainly may.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, Tom.
oh, me.
Like I said, they asked for a draft, and this, the industry kind of made it a franchise thing.
It's all right. I've got several on my computer, so I just soon see what you have too.
I feel the same way.
And I'll email it to you, and print it out, so you can have it for.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Good to see you. Hey, look, you got.
Sorry.
Don't apologize. You did good. I apologize to you. I don't mean to
Run off and leave me, y'all
I
think
told
it's
you,
fast.
I told you I'm gonna get through it, so, don't hesitate to stop me. I didn't sign it.
Yeah, go on, take it. Take something else too. He won't miss it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much.
Terrible shape.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I stuck it in here.
I thought about you today, I was standing in line behind the Monte Grove Tire Park, they were paying us here over to link that gun. If I do, it's gonna pay what, I thought.
I can't tell which one's which. They both feel like they're raised.
He may have signed it. He may have just be original. Okay.
Okay? Need anything off the envelopes?
That's the same thing.
When it was submitted. We good? Okay.
They're working on that. They were trying to, so it's not really definite yet.
Okay.
But that's what the plan was.
Okay.
They were supposed to talk this week to try to work out those details.
You got it working? I will let them know. Thank you again for coming and introducing yourself.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
It is you too. Thank you. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're only gonna get busy, and that new business part's closed up, you know, do some hazmat and things like that.
Why is a district got enough, why in the world, you know, I mean, as big as it's getting, it looks like.
I told her, we as a council, see, they keep the soccer project financially. I just. We should be all, that's double pay, double state taxes to do that, and we've done that.
Yeah, and you know,
So it's not that, it's, you don't, it's not saying you wouldn't, it's just, I agree, from there, speaking from school board one time, and didn't get a chance to talk to him the other day, and that's. But I think, I was just sitting there thinking, I think we should stop worrying about their rules and start, our board meeting, our meeting. And start, we need to start with them and have them come out here. We can't do it, them rules, we're gonna have to ask, they need to take care of it, answer our questions. We have school board representatives. So it's gonna be interesting to see how, we gotta put into the fire. We'll call them all, give them the nickel. Y'all go sit there and say, we're gonna do this. To play lacrosse. Someday. My son plays, my son goes to him,
Mayor, sir, I'm well, sir. How are you, sir?
They are so comfortable. They are. There's some places that won't have one. I mean, I really don't think it's one. It's just like bike.
For the court system, they can't on certain fire. I know you can't, but they should be able to find that free from this stuff. It's.
I was their best friend.
And
department. Fire department has discretion. No, a dedicated fire department. That's what I mean, but the fire. It has to go with fire protection. But the fire department has the discretion. Put it on a truck, you can put it on a Christmas sign or, whatever.
I was gonna say, they know right off the bat, I gotta give them enough information.
They can't negotiate, so when they come in and say, we'll give you a tax break, they give you a tax break. They give you a tax break on fire tax, but you still gotta cover the property. Yeah.
I'm not laughing, being facetious about it.
Well, I mean, we can impose a property tax. If we impose a property tax, then I don't wanna do that. Pandora's box. Yeah. When you got 8 years of service, everything stays the same. 8 years, we could keep operating the same way we're operating. I mean, how could you justify a tax? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. You too.
Fourth.
She don't slow down a bit. Wide open all the time.
Keeping her young.
Let's call this back to order, please. Council members, would you please come back into the meeting?
And now watch it. They'll probably go right back down. Piedmont timber. What is this like? Piedmont timber. It was in my box.
For those that you don't know, I have Girl Scout cookies for sale.
Hey, that's
Just a friendly reminder, sponsored announcement. I am.
That's a commercial.
Free of charge handing.
No, I'm handing them out, but it's, there's a,
Exchange for green.
yeah,
I busted a couple boxes.
it's a Ponzi scheme.
Sean
Need a
White,
sample.
snowboarder. He was like.
You see Mr. Foy out there anywhere, please, sir?
He got fourth.
Wow.
He came close though, bud.
I saw an interview of him this morning. I hadn't watched any of the Olympics, but
I just got an alert, said.
Tim, have I got yours?
I'm losing my reputation here.
I
Come
didn't
on,
think
let's
you
roll.
The young kids have no fear.
Let me have one copy.
I did, it's
Well,
right there.
No, I got this one here, Jimmy. You must have an extra one.
and
Yeah,
Do you have one of these,
I do,
Mayor?
I do. I do.
Okay.
no, I didn't take
This
anything
one's
from
mine,
you.
'cause I
But
had
if you
that
need me to
sticky
hook
note
yours
stuck
back up, I will.
I'm gonna stick it up
Okay.
here in case somebody wants it.
No, we bought a house here in Greensboro.
Oh, did you?
Have a place to stay. My vacation.
Here's your vacation, is that right?
Guy work for public. Know exactly. I know,
It's
but I'm
like
just
on like
saying, I
town
know
center,
where it's
Old
coming
Durban
from.
Park. He didn't buy one in
He just-
Stokesdale.
He ain't
gonna
got the
guess fish.
organization to get it done.
I don't know what
Prices
to tell
going
him,
up
but
too
I,
high up here. I can't.
Let's call this meeting back to order, please.
I hate it, I really do.
Okay, we overlooked one item here. This was a consideration of a proposal for wiring in the council chambers to connect TV and laptop for the microphone at the podium. This was continued from January 13th of this year.
If I can speak on that, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
So I spoke to Brian Cox this morning about this, and, as you saw the difficulty tonight, me having to hook up a computer straight to the TV. So what happened is when we upgraded our new computers, the ones that the clerks are using, they have a HDMI digital input, and the old computer had a Vega, kind of like the old pen type input. So these computers do not have that any longer. They do not support it. So our network in here that goes to this display and also over to the TV is still Vega. It's still old analog. So the proposal is to upgrade the existing, basically run a new HDMI cord from over there, touch this, and then touch the TV. So when we plug the laptop in, it'll pick up the signal. That's why we're not having anything on these screens right now.
So these are HDMI compatible?
That is correct, yes.
It's just a matter of running the cables?
That is correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
We just put that cord in, did we? But they put it in for that computer we had.
Unfortunately.
Yes, yes, unfortunately. Well, I don't know. No, he said that was already in there. Some of that was already in there, especially because this has been here for a long time.
Right.
So there has been access for this to hook up to a computer. So he said that was already there when they did the original install. So
What's it cost?
It's in the proposal. It's mostly labor, to be honest with you.
My recollection was about 2,000.
Correct.
Now I would say, some of that was for a microphone. I believe we may have worked out the kinks with the microphone, it seems like. We hadn't had any problems tonight since we started using the different kind of batteries. So I would make a proposal or make the suggestion that we table the microphones piece to this for now, unless you ladies have any discussion on that.
Mayor recommended a second mic for this table. I don't know what would be.
I had just wanted to know what it would cost. I mean, it's only rarely that two of you are, interacting on it, but.
I'm looking for it if y'all find it for me.
I don't see it.
It's probably in last.
Tim, did you find it?
In the meetings, the minutes from last.
It was.
It's
I
not
apologize.
here.
I did not put it back in this packet. That's my fault.
I'm going to make a motion to continue this into March. So let's clarify a little bit what we truly need, and maybe readjust our cost. The price for that is.
Well, one point I would make here, we're advertising meetings as Zoom meetings. Are we gonna have a citizen that's going to be trying to Zoom in and?
Well, let's not advertise the next meeting with Zoom,
Well,
if we can't do it.
Well, that's where I'm
Yeah.
getting to. Should we be doing that if we don't have it working?
Dale, with Zoom not work?
Zoom is working.
Zoom is working or YouTube is working?
We need to have Zoom where it goes out and comes back, right?
Camera is here and it's recording and that says Zoom. So I'm assuming it's working.
So it seems like what we're missing is we're missing the ability to see on this screen, and like if Tom was remote, we wouldn't be able to see him on Zoom talking to us, as well as tonight, when they made the presentation, we're not able to share the document, onto the cameras
Okay, well,
as well.
let me ask my question here. Are we presently required to offer the Zoom option to citizens out there since we're meeting in the building? Why are we doing this is the question.
We're not required.
Well,
To
then
answer your
maybe
first
we should
question.
stop.
I think it's a good option.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do. I think that's
It's not costing us anything.
kind of where we're going. In the future, if we have, say we're working with a contractor or a consultant that lives far away, you might be able to Zoom into our meeting and we can interact with them two ways.
Okay, well, the Zoom is not mentioned on this agenda for tonight's meeting. I'm just pointing out if we're going to put that on the agenda, we need to have it working.
It is right there.
Can I personally take about 3 minutes? I've got the amounts in the car. Let me run out to the car and I'll have the amounts and I'll make a proposal.
Okay.
But I don't think we need to table this another
I
night.
can pull it up here.
Isn't that it?
That's live stream.
Is that, well, that's Zoom.
No, sir.
No, that's a different thing.
That's YouTube.
You understand what I'm
Live stream
saying?
pushes out. Zoom allows participation.
Okay.
And I have been using Zoom for the planning board meetings. We hadn't had any in the last couple of months. So the last time that I did, I was not present at a planning board meeting, and I Zoomed in and did for last year. And it was working. I was on the screen, and so something's changed.
I understand
It
I
doesn't work now.
participated in some of those meetings, but we are putting the Zoom option on our agendas without the link at the moment.
Yeah.
And
That
if
is
we
a
don't
problem.
have it working, what's the town's liability with the citizens? I mean, we're teasing them.
Yeah, it's not a liability, but it needs to be fixed. If you're
Well,
gonna
well, I don't
offer it.
know, sir. If somebody says, well, you know, I was gonna go to the meeting, but I see here I can attend it by Zoom, and then they can't get connected, that we are letting them down.
True.
That is my error. It normally is on here, but it is not. That is my error.
I'd call it clerical.
Oh, yeah, you're forgiven, but I'm just saying that
I mean, if it's not on there,
we all agree we don't have it working, but yet we're gonna continue using
it
it.
actually worked out good.
So I have the proposal now. So the proposal from last month was for a wired microphone, as the mayor had requested. That was $135. And then the rest of it is to complete the connection to the TV and to the overhead projector. And that would encompass a total price of $2,009.10 for both pieces, the wired microphone and the complete connection.
If you drop the wired microphone, that saves us a little over $100.
Yeah, looking at that, I probably would say, I probably wouldn't drop that. I would maybe ask for maybe a longer cord to where we could move it over to that podium if we had to.
We need a few more cords down here.
Do you?
No.
But that's up to you guys. If y'all think you need a wired mic, $100 is not worth negotiating over, for if it's something we need. If you don't think we need it, then we can I'll make the proposal without it.
We could always share one if we had one break between the two of us, so they could have one. If we don't have a spare, correct?
No, we don't have a spare, other than the one on each table. That's 5 here, to my knowledge. And then the one that's wireless.
Okay. This stuff goes obsolete so fast, I hate to buy extras.
Do you feel like you need one, Dale?
No, I don't think so. Kim and I can share.
Let's drop it.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a proposal. Give me just a second to figure out how much it is without that microphone. And actually, I'm gonna make a proposal that we, spend up to a limit of $2,000 for an HDMI cable, labor, and connection. And the reason that I do not want to give an exact amount because it'll tax and all that stuff will be deducted off of that. So it should be around $1,800, all said and done. But let's just cap it at $2,000 to be safe.
Mr. Rigsby, you know how I am. Can you reference the company and the
Yes,
date of
I'm
the
sorry.
quote? and
Yes,
Get that on the record.
So I'll rephrase that. I propose that we spend up to $2,000 in our connections for the HDMI cord with audio and light. Quote number is 19422. That was issued to the town on 1/3/2022, prepared by Brian Cox.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the question. Jim?
Jim is aye.
Derek?
Derek's aye.
Jimmy?
I'm aye.
Tim?
Aye.
And I also am aye.
Ms. Martin, will you reach out to Mr. Cox in the morning, go ahead and order the cable and everything we need, and just tell him to table the microphone for now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Discussion on PARTF grant.
Mr. Mayor, this is my agenda item. The PARTF grant, also commonly referred to as the PARTF grant, is the Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grant. This is, it's out of Raleigh. It's a state-funded program where municipalities are able to apply for up to $500,000, a $500,000 grant with the condition that the municipality matches that amount. This is how initially this town park was funded back in 2008. It's the last time the town received a PARTF grant. It was in the amount of $500,000. The status is closed. It's in good standing. Goodness, I guess it was probably about March of 2020, shortly after Jimmy and Jim and I were sworn in, the town did apply for the PARTF grant, and we did not get it. Of course, we had discussed it after in the last couple of years about our interest in applying for it again, and I wasn't personally involved in the application process the first time around. That's something I would be interested in being involved with the second time, or as we apply again. So I wanted to understand where we were in 2020, our shortcomings, you know, kind of get a baseline of where we were and kind of where we need to be. So I've reached out to Christine Schmidt. She's the manager of the Recreation and Grants Outreach Program in Raleigh, and she referenced me to Miss Antoinette Moyer, who's our regional consultant for the Department of Parks and Recreation and Tourism Management. She actually lives in Eden, so she's very familiar with Stokesdale. I need just trying to understand what the process is and how, quite frankly, how we scored the first time around. And guys, we did not score well. We came in last place. I mean, it was like a Matt Doherty coached UNC basketball team. You know, if you look at some of the areas that we scored at, we received 0 out of 20 points in planning. Guys, I did distribute a document. Do y'all have this? This is actually the rubric that was used, that's used in planning. So it might help you to reference this. And I know we get things buried in papers all the time, but do y'all have this? It may be along with another document I shared, colored document with the Northwest Observer on front. But
Gotcha.
Yes, we had it.
Yeah.
The one thing I would like to ask you, Derek, on that is, public involvement. Did we not do a survey?
There it is.
I'm pretty sure we did that.
get to it.
Is that mine or yours?
Roll.
Okay.
All right, roll on.
I thought we paid a consultant or somebody that was professional or something, $1,600 or something to put that thing together.
We did. It was
Like 35.
Was it?
it was 1,800. We did pay a consultant. You know, I don't know what to say about that. But when you look at the rubric here for planning, we got 0 out of 20. For public involvement, we got 0 out of 15. For recreational facilities, we scored okay. We got 20 out of 45. Site suitability, great, 5 out of 5. Operations and maintenance, we got 4 out of 15. We're not going to get any more than 4 out of 15 because we don't have a full-time staff like a public works or parks and recreation staff, and we don't have a full-time parks and recreation department. That's what you would need to get the full 15 points. So we're not going to get that there. And I also learned that the score is certainly part of the process. It's better to score high, not last, but also that there are 9 judges that do, from different parts of the state, that do review the application with that. So just looking, I personally would like to see the town try for the grant this year, 2022. We got our backs against the wall, though, guys, when it comes to timing, and I wish I would have hopped on this a little earlier, but we are where we are. The deadline to get our grant to our Miss Antoinette Moyer, our regional consultant, is March 15th. She would not accept any applications after that. However, when she receives that, she will give us feedback, you know, possibly things that we can add to the grant to make it more appealing. If we were to send it to her on March 16th, we lose her consulting ability to the town of Stokesdale. Ultimately, the grant is due May the 2nd to Raleigh. The grant application is due May the 2nd to Raleigh. Here's some things that we need to do. We need to adopt a master plan, the town. We have a 10-acre property, and that needs to be part of the master, that we just purchased, and that would need to be part of the master plan. We score points if we have a 3 to 5 year CIP plan.
So, excuse me, CIP plan?
Capital Improvement Plan.
Okay,
for,
thank you.
for Parks and Recreation. We've got the survey from 2020. That's good. We can use it again. They're good for 5 years. We got some good data in that survey. But we didn't get any points from doing the survey last time, and I was told that's because the project was planned before the survey was conducted. I really didn't know what that meant, but apparently they had some documentation that predated the survey, and therefore it nullified any points we had from the survey. We had a good survey. We had a 550-ish participants from the town give us feedback. The feedback we got, some of the things the town, we scored very high from our citizens, that the citizens were interested in seeing a combination of active and passive recreational options. So when you think of active, I think of, something like a basketball court. Passive, maybe more like a picnic shelter, or something like that, or a trail. The survey results from our citizens: nature trails scored the highest, benches the second, playground equipment, basketball, picnic shelters, amphitheater. Those all scored very high, but nature trails knocked it out of the park. No pun intended. Let's go back to what we need to do to score higher on the survey. The last time we had no support from civic or community groups. I think it's realistic to get that support. I think a good first step is to request a meeting from a member of council to meet with their organizations and share our plans and ask for their support. We had no support from a Parks and Rec Advisory Board. Quite frankly, we need to appoint a Parks and Rec Advisory Board if we're going to move forward and do this. We need to have a standalone public meeting, special called meeting, with the only topic being part of grant to garner public support. These are all things that I guess I wasn't aware of the rubric last time, and I'm not sure if our consultant was either, based off the results. But so if we are going to pursue a part of grant, we need to intentionally pursue it. It's not just submitting the paperwork and shrugging your shoulders and saying, "Oh well, we didn't get it. At least we tried." I'm not convinced we really tried. So these are things we need to do. I don't have anything else to say about what we need to do. I'd really like to get you guys' feedback on, is a part of grant something worthy of pursuing for the town? I guess that's the first question.
Are we getting any points for the opportunity we provide to Stokesdale Elementary to use our park as an organization?
No, sir. We do not get any points for that, and I'm not sure the elementary school. Certainly they have had instances where they come down to the park, but that's that needs to be an orchestrated.
Well, I'm just saying, in the state size, it's a 2-for-1 in a sense. If the elementary school kids can make any use of the facility that the town has.
Well, I think that is part of our potential value proposition. I think that's certainly in our favor that we're so close to the park. If you look at, let's see, where are we? There is a way to get points if you have, for instance, a trail that provides connectivity to a school. It doesn't say that on there. So if we had a nature trail that provided connectivity to the school through the new portion of the land that we have, we would earn points that way. I think that's the best way I know how to answer.
It's under recreation facilities. It's the last item, provides trail links. Is that
Yeah,
what you're looking for?
Thanks, Mike. That's exactly it. So we would get 5 points if we provided a trail link from town park to the school.
Do you think the school will want that?
There is actually a trail it's not a formal trail, but it is somewhat maintained periodically on this lower end down here.
Right,
And that's where the kids come across now.
Yeah.
My son is going to have to do an Eagle project soon, so that is one of our proposals is to formalize that trail.
Well,
At some
if you look at
point.
the GIS, and I know the cut through you're coming through, my son takes it every day to walk home. But really only that cut through, that opening in the woods is our property. Once you get in the grass there, you're on school property. So, it's certainly the trail, the connectivity would need to come from the new 10 acres we own. You know, I guess I wanted to talk about this because I'm really interested in pursuing the opportunity. I think right now, the part of, I don't think, I've been told that for the next 2 years, the part of funding is going to be at an elevated level from the state for 2022 and 2023. So our consultant said it'll be very competitive, but at the same time, there will be more slices of the pie.
More
The
pie.
pie will be bigger
Yeah.
for the next 2 years. But, you know, strategically, if we're gonna do this next year, we need to be thinking ahead. I'd like to do it this year.
If we do it this year, we can still use, if we don't get it, we can still use the same information and then add to it.
Absolutely.
In other words, we won't need another.
The survey would be good. If we were able to get a site plan now, that would be good. And the survey's important because that has the citizen data.
Now, you're talking about the survey we did? Or we got
The citizen survey we did in 2020.
We can use that?
We can use that.
Okay, that's good, because I don't want to.
But we need to use that survey and link it to a site plan. And the site plan needs to, you know, have some kind of correlation. It doesn't need to be item by item, but it needs to have some kind of correlation to the survey to what we would like to do.
So what do we need to do now if we want to try to get in on it this year? If we're going to spend the money next year, we might as well spend it this year. That way we'll get more bang for our buck, maybe get it, who knows, we might get something, if we're going to do it.
Well, I mean, I agree with you, Jimmy. I think the first thing we need, is a site plan. I've spoken with Land Solutions, and they estimated kind of from my discussion what we needed. They would, you know, somewhat assist us on this. They're not gonna do a full-blown survey. Go ahead, Tim.
Well, the thought occurs to me that we have all these civic-minded businesses in our area. Is any possibility of somebody donating some of this work to the town of Stokesdale instead of us paying full-blown engineering fees?
Well, it's a good question. I don't think they're full-blown engineering fees per se. That's more of the cost of preparing a site plan and meeting with us and potentially coming to meet with the, if we appoint a Parks and Rec advisory board. There's some things that, if we don't have a Parks and Rec advisory board and feedback from civic groups or community groups, we're not gonna have a chance at this. This has gotta be a community.
I don't mind the idea of a board. I just, you know, I don't want a board that's in a continual mindset of spending money, meeting once a week, you know, that kind of thing. If it fits with the town's, fits within the town's budget and our parameters, yeah, you know, I'm fine with it.
A question I had for Ms. Moyer, the consultant, was that could we use ARP funding as part of the match? Her answer was yes.
What about the property we just bought?
No, sir.
Oh, Lord, we can't. Are you serious?
I'm serious. If we were gonna buy the property after the fact, which I think is probably how Summerfield and Bandera Farms worked, I don't really know, but I think their part of grant included the purchase of that, or maybe not, Patty, I don't know. Maybe it was just the development of Bandera Farms, because the purchase, I think, was done between 3 organizations beforehand. So their grant, I'm gonna correct myself, I'm talking through this in my head. Their grant was to develop Bandera Farms. And then Oak Ridge just recently got a part of grant, and, you know, everybody that applied in 2021, when there was extra funding referred to Parks, the Parks and Rec Trust Fund, everybody that applied got it. So we could have had our Matt Doherty coached last place effort and still got it if we would apply it in 2021.
How come trails weren't listed under new facilities and land down in the lower left-hand corner? That rate's high on the survey that came back.
Rated the highest, Tim.
And one of the wisest among us, that being Mr. Landorf, he made a statement that I think was profound when he said kids need woods to play in.
They do.
Absolutely.
Need some wood.
That has resonated with me.
He's absolutely right.
That's the only reason that I voted for that property purchase over there. And I guarantee one of these days they're gonna bulldoze every tree on it and plant grass.
Yeah,
But I hope not. I'm hoping they won't, but.
yeah.
Well, they is us, so if we don't vote for it, it won't happen. 'Cause we own it, so.
Well, we do right now.
Who do you have in mind for the advisory board? Do we have some people
We
there?
had a guy that run on that, I believe.
I've always got people in mind.
Do you? Okay.
But, I mean, I'm just one guy.
Well, what do you need, 5 people?
Five's good.
I would think
Need to
that
be
that
sure
would
to
need to
follow
be
our
a collection
procedures.
of maybe Parks and Rec and, people from Parks and Rec, people from, maybe the school, like the PE,
Scouts, Friends of
You know,
Stokesdale.
some of the athletic teams that use the area, something like that. And,
Yeah.
Danny, you wanna serve on an advisory board? Sure. Hey, that was easy.
You would need to be appointed.
I know.
Appointed by
I'm
council.
just taking a survey.
Danny'd be a good one. I just hope they don't leak hydraulic fluid on them. But I get all this, and I know I'm not really, we're looking at a rubric here, but I know I'm kind of all over the place with my thoughts because, I mean, quite frankly, that's how my head feels, that there's this grant that's available to us. We thought we put forth a good effort last time. I mean, maybe the effort was good, just the results.
I don't feel like I'm knowledgeable enough about this process to make a motion, but certainly that is the way to move forward if Mr. Foy or someone here will make a motion that we can take a step with.
Yeah.
We can talk all night.
We could. My only ask from council tonight, and whether it's applied for this year or for 2023, but I'm gonna be trying for this year. So that would require some special call meetings here in the next couple of weeks, so buckle up. The only thing that I would ask for council for is up to $3,500 spending authority to get a site plan with Land Solutions.
And they
Go
can have
back
it
and
ready.
tell him that he needs to step up to the plate with his civic duty and at least cut his fee in half. You want me to call him?
I talked to him. He said he'd love to do more work with the town of Stokesdale, and help us in our future land use plan.
Well,
And
I'm
I
as
said,
serious as I can be.
Well, my answer to him was as serious as I could be too. Let's see the results here on this side. But no, I think we need a good site plan. And we can give these guys, we can share ideas with them. I'd like for Jimmy and I to meet with them.
You what?
I'd like for you and I to meet with them,
With who?
with Land
Oh,
Solutions.
okay.
Well, I'll make a motion that council appoints you and Jimmy as a subcommittee to pursue the initial steps to apply for this grant. That includes investigating ways and means of appointing at least a 3-member board, not to exceed 5 members, and talk with whoever you can find out there that might be interested in donating or possibly discounting some professional services for the plan.
Did you include the $3,500 for the site plan in that motion? Can I make?
No, it seems like a bit much to me, actually.
Well, I'm gonna test you. Would you accept a friendly amendment to
Have you talked to more than one individual?
No, sir, I have not. I have my reasons.
Okay, $3,500, be thrifty. Don't let them find out that's the spending limit.
Yes, sir.
Public, record.
Probably watching TV right now.
Isn't this a public record?
All right, I'll second that motion.
Look, we, I guess we're gonna have discussion, right?
Sure.
I'd like to
The,
hear y'all talk.
whether we get this done, I mean, we can still submit what we have. I mean, you just said that if we'd submitted what we had last year, we'd have got money. So, I mean, even if we don't get this done,
Nobody knew that at the time.
well, I mean, it may be the
We were a
same
little bit of
case.
an influx
Why
last
would we
year.
not, even if something happens and we don't,
Just
things
got the
don't
cart
fall
before the
together, I
horse
mean,
last year.
Yeah.
still submit what we got.
That's the NC State method of basketball playing,
Yeah, well,
hiring a coach.
it's all right.
I don't know.
You know, if you don't get in there, you're not gonna get anything.
Do we have a line item with $3,500 in it to spend?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank
That
you.
would be capital investment for park. I believe we have 5,000 left.
Yes.
I think we do, right, Kim?
I will verify that.
We may have
I
to,
remember looking at that line item just a little while ago. I don't know why, but I did.
Yeah.
When she was going over the financials. I was like, oh, it's
So we do have the money in the budget, yeah, for this.
And you're gonna be on the park committee.
I think
You don't want Tim to do this?
I don't think so.
Pull the hair I have out.
Yeah. I think he's more.
Now, Tim would be fantastic. I don't care
Would
who
y'all
it
like
is.
me to amend that motion?
Yeah.
Would you accept that, Tim?
Absolutely not, Mr. Landers. My plate is full. I happen to know personally that you have experience with coaching youth for quite a number of years.
I done forgot all
That,
about
that has, I think, imparted you a skill set that I do not have.
Yeah, but I didn't make a campaign promise that I was gonna do that.
I didn't say I was gonna do it. I said I would support
Oh,
a reasonable
okay.
effort.
So you're gonna vote for it?
He made the motion.
I made the motion. I'm going to probably vote for it,
Okay,
yes.
so you're not gonna take it, Tim, okay. All right, I'll do what I can.
There needs to be a friendly amendment to cap the expense at 3,500, or is that already in the motion?
Tim took care of that.
Did he?
I accepted that as an amendment to my motion. Yes, I did.
It is in the budget.
I didn't ask about those cables a little while ago.
More discussion? You guys are ruining my reputation. You realize it's almost 11 o'clock. Anyway.
You haven't been here long enough to get a reputation.
I've already, written that down to inform Mr. Foy of that.
It reads almost 11. Let's move on.
Go, Jim. To the question, Jim.
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
And I am aye. Okay. Readoption of the records retention, no, I'm sorry, consideration of budget amendment 3. That's this, that I have already signed.
I'm going to read this. The reason we're doing the budget amendment is we need to cover the expenditure to allow Kim to write that check and to enter into a contract to get those HVAC units we voted for last month. The budget amendment reads, we would increase the amount of money we have to pull from undesignated funds by $30,000. That would be offset by an increase in our expenditures under the town hall repairs and maintenance expense line. If you will recall, the new HVAC units were roughly $22,000. So this is a $30,000 budget amendment. Kim and I had discussed this, that this is where the $2,000 that we're spending for the HDMI would go as well. So it's gonna cause that.
Can we use some of the money, that government money we got?
It's all government money.
I know it is. I'm just talking about without going into the savings account.
Jimmy, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, we're working on it. Can we take some of that and put it back in it? Or does it have to be spent?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
He's asking you about the 30,000. If we don't spend it all, can we?
No,
take it?
that's not. No, well, just go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, I want to understand your question.
The, how much money did you say that was we got that we can spend on parks and things?
from the American Rescue Plan?
Yeah.
Recently, the park improvement was, in the last month, was allowed as a permissible use, whereas originally it was water and broadband. In the town's ARP funds, $720,000.
Okay. What I'm saying is, can we use part of that money for this? And instead of going into the general fund?
I don't know. I don't think the intent of the ARP was for, something
I mean, we're
like this.
spending it on the building.
Based on the interpretation you sent me, I would say yes, as, based on what I know. What would be the restriction?
Oh, I read something from, what is it, the League of Municipalities that
Okay.
with this new change in ARP fundings, the intent to lift these restrictions was, especially for small towns that don't have a water system and things like that, they were really having a hard time finding a permissible use for ARP funds. So the intent, and I'll forward you the email or whatever I read, I'm sure I've got it somewhere, but the intent was to do something like a generational change or improvement to the towns with this money. And, maybe legally we can do it, but I don't like that idea.
Okay, we just need to confirm what
I mean,
we can do.
that's just the best answer I can give.
Okay, I understand. I just, I mean, we got money that's coming in to spend, and I just thought that, I mean, we're spending it, on the building, and,
We're getting money and we have to spend it.
yeah, I mean, if we have to spend it.
And if possible, then this is a potential pathway for it to
Because
go.
we're going in our,
This'll
we're
work.
gonna go in our bank account, and we got money we gotta spend too. I mean, that's all I'm looking at. If we've gotta spend it, why we wouldn't spend it on that? And I mean, maybe it'll be a way, if we find out it's different, we can reimburse it or something. We can go ahead and proceed, I'm sorry.
Possibly. I have asked Karen Malonzi with the School of Government if that fund could be used to reimburse the general fund for the land purchase that we did after the ARP was, and I haven't got a response from her, but it was just something I was interested in doing.
Yeah.
But that is a generational or big improvement for the town, so we just bought the land before the verbiage of how you could use that money changed.
Right, okay.
I don't know the answer to it.
All right, well, yeah, that's fine. Just act like I didn't say anything.
You got a motion, but I don't think you have a second.
Jim Rigsby, second.
Now you got a second.
Jim Rigsby, second. Call the question.
Any discussion?
Is there, I thought we were just doing that.
We
Is
got
there
it.
any more discussion?
I'm good.
Okay. Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Am I?
Aye.
And I also am aye. Readoption of records retention schedule issue 2021.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, there was one thing, I don't know
Yes,
if we need to vote on this or not, but just as an administrative thing, I would like to make sure that I ask that this amendment number 3 be made part of the minutes for this meeting. And I think Ms. Martin would do that anyway, but, okay. With that said, budget amendments number 1 and number 2, have they been incorporated into a previous set of minutes?
They have,
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
should be in your orientation packet. If not, I left it out, but
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor.
Back to readoption of the records retention schedule issued 2021. Somebody's going to have to help me with this.
you have there's 3 copies of it in
Right.
front of you. That big notebook that you have
And
is the records retention schedule that I mentioned previously. It's much larger than before. It's been broken into several pieces now.
so our readoption has to do with the things you've added.
Well, it's been completely redone.
Been completely redone.
Yes.
Okay.
They've divided it up differently.
You guys want to look through this?
Nope.
It is still readoption. It's,
Already have, right?
I'm gonna make
Yeah.
a motion that we, approve the
Somebody's
records
hungry.
retention and disposition schedule as presented by Ms. Martin.
I'll second that.
Do we have to cancel out the old one, vote to cancel out the old one, or just do this?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Would we have to cancel out the old retention schedule?
That document I gave you, it says that it does, that's exactly what this does.
Okay,
It cancels all previous copies.
all right, that's all I get.
Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye?
Tim?
I'm not voting yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought we had completed that.
I
Go
just
right
want to
ahead.
clarify something. Ms. Martin, I see how many papers are in this loose leaf notebook regarding records retention. And then I see the package that we have that you put in our folders for us is considerably thinner. So are we voting on a supplement to the original policy?
In your notebook is the actual schedule. It goes by every single record. What you're voting on, you're adopting the whole booklet. The document I gave you is the resolution that you're adopting that incorporates the whole schedule.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I glanced at it and I have to admit I didn't study it like I should have. Okay, well, any documents that are destroyed would be under the direct supervision of the Stokesdale Town Clerk. Is that correct? There's no authority being granted in this document to a council member or the janitor or, anybody else. It would be,
Correct.
okay.
However, at your last meeting, you did ask to review some records. So before we destroy anything, we are boxing those records up. And we'll, at your leisure, however you want to proceed with that.
Just would like to be cautious about that. Once they're gone, they're gone. Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to vote. I vote aye.
And I vote aye.
Thank you for your patience.
Certainly. Discussion and action on employee benefits?
I can talk to this, I believe. Last month, maybe a couple months ago, we voted to have employee benefits, and our account manager has contacted Robin about the dental and vision coverage, and there are three questions that they need answered to finalize this for the town. The questions are retirees covered under the plan? Are same-gender spouses covered under the plan? Are domestic partners covered under the plan? I'm going to make some motions, and then we can take it from there.
Well, Mr. Foy, can I interrupt you for a second?
Absolutely.
We went back and looked in the minutes. Council previously voted to cover employees only in a previous vote for this vision and dental insurance. Given that fact, aren't these questions just a moot point that we can disregard?
I don't recall the exact motion. I thought there was verbiage in it that if a spouse was to be covered, that it would be 100% of the costs.
Ms. Yount gave me that motion before this meeting, and I'm drowning in paper here.
Have the motion.
Let's see the motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Foy made a motion for the town of Stokesdale to sponsor an employee health benefit plan administered by Salem Benefits Group for a cost of $200 per month, and the town contributes $700 per month for each full-time employee participating in the plan. The employee would be 100% responsible for the cost of any spouse dependent added to this plan. In the motion. The question is actually, this says that the town's not gonna pay for any of it. But the option is, if they want to join the plan, can they? But the employee understands they cover 100% of the cost. If a spouse loses their job, could they join the town's plan, understanding that they fully funded 100% of it? The town's not paying anything. Whether you allow that or not, if you say no, you don't allow it, then we'll, of course, answer no. But if you would allow that, we need to let them know that. Does that make sense?
It does.
And it does answer these questions.
And then, of course, the other two questions are whether retirees, I don't know, you're ways off from having somebody retire from
Yeah.
here, I believe.
I'm going to make a motion that retirees are not covered under the dental and vision plan for the town of
Second.
Stokesdale.
We've got a second. Any discussion?
Sorry, who seconded that?
I did,
Tim?
Tim Jones.
Any discussion, folks? Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
And I'm aye.
Second item, I'm going to make a motion that same-gender spouses would be eligible to be covered under the plan, with the understanding that the spouse would be 100%, or thus the employee would be 100% responsible for the spouse's premium. In other words, the town wouldn't pay anything towards the spouse.
I'll second that.
Why is that? I mean, a spouse,
It's the same thing as the other. This is the same genders.
Why aren't we
significant other.
being asked if a conventional spouse is covered?
It's already it was already taken care of.
So why wouldn't this,
At their
Yeah.
expense.
Why are they asking this
Well,
question?
yeah, exactly.
And I attached on the back of my memo, the email that she sent. So just to complete the application process, not the application, but setting up the town within their system. So they've already started, the insurance is there. They've already started covering employees and, you know, we're paying it. She just needed to finalize these last few questions just to finish setting up the town and.
well, it looks like.
Could
that
just
would
be for
almost
data collection.
That'd almost be illegal. I mean, if it's legal,
Well, that's why I included the email on the back.
yeah.
Be illegal not to allow it.
The eagle, yeah, I mean, a spouse is a spouse, I guess. I mean,
That's the way I see it.
I mean, well, I mean, legally, I mean, that's what we got. So I don't even know why they're asking the question, because really technically they're already, covered, but, I mean, go ahead with the motion. I mean,
She did grant an extension through tomorrow. You know, I said I would have to, you know, take it to the council and let them
Yeah, we'll go
answer
ahead
those
and-
questions, so.
I mean, I would think
I mean, I see them.
if the plan says spouses, you know, same sex,
Don't
that's
matter.
still a spouse.
Yep.
Spouse, that includes the spouse. I don't understand why they're asking,
I don't either.
but I think I'd go back to them and say, you know, spouse is, you know, opposite sex, same sex. It's the same definition that the state of North Carolina now has to recognize, so.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Jim seconded. I
Okay.
made the motion.
All right.
Any more discussion?
I'm
More
not,
discussion?
I'm not going against 3,000 years of recorded history.
Any more
I mean,
discussion?
we're already covered. I mean, we're not covering them, but we already,
The law is the law.
There's a higher law.
I'm not questioning that, Tim. Not questioning that.
Okay.
Jim?
Aye.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
aye?
Tim?
Nay.
I'm aye.
Third question, are domestic partners covered under the plan? I make a motion where domestic partners are not covered under the plan.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
I don't even know what a domestic partner is.
There's
It's-
no marital connection.
Yeah.
It's your dog.
It's not recognized by the government as a union.
Okay, well,
There's no legal.
I appreciate the
There's
explanation.
not in North.
Why in the world
I
would we
think that'd
cover
be
that?
pretty easy.
Wouldn't you?
Anybody second that?
I mean,
Yeah, we got it. We got it
I
down here.
second
Is there any
that.
discussion?
Call the vote.
Yes, let's call it.
Aye.
Derek?
I said they're not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
Aye.
not. You said they're not. Jimmy?
Aye.
They're not. Tim?
Aye.
And I'm also aye.
And we're not under any legal obligations or anything. I mean, I guess we wouldn't be voting if we were.
No.
And this is not for any current employee. This is setting, you
Right.
know, future employees, you know, what, you know, going forward,
Well, it would be for current employees if they had a domestic partner.
how they're setting up their
Yeah.
account.
So you don't have to worry about your domestic partner, is what you're saying.
Okay. Consideration vote on dates for 2022 to 2023 budget workshops.
Mr. Mayor, I added this. I'd like to make a motion that the town of Stokesdale have 3 budget workshops, a minimum of 3 budget workshops, with the first one being Thursday, March the 3rd at 7 PM. The second planned one being Thursday, April the 7th at 7 PM. And the third one being Thursday, May the 5th at 7 PM. First
March
Thursday,
the 3rd, April the 7th, and May the 5th.
yes, sir. First Thursdays of the month at 7
Okay,
PM.
we're making sure we're not conflicting with any other meetings, planning board meetings, county commissioner meetings.
County Commissioner, I don't know.
Sometimes that comes up in this building. Just thought I'd mention it.
They normally are on
Commissioners
Thursdays.
meeting in here?
No, but we can't be, we just talked about having to lobby the county commissioners. We can't be 2 places at the same time. And so,
I think we should lobby the Guilford County School.
there have been, well, school board meetings too, but there have been times when we have tried to avoid having meetings in this building when some of our citizens might want to attend county meetings, is my point. And I don't know when they're meeting now.
Should we shoot for maybe a Saturday at noon?
Well,
I'm not gonna, I can't
we
do
can always
Saturday.
change this, right? We're not.
Of course, it's just getting it on the
Yeah,
schedule.
I mean, we can adjust it if we have to.
I'll second.
Any other
Aye.
discussion?
No.
Jim, Derek,
Aye.
Jimmy,
Aye.
Tim?
Got one question.
All right.
Yes, sir.
These budget workshops, we'll notify the public through the sunshine list, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Will voting take place at these budget workshops, or do we need to?
Tim, I don't think so. Are you asking about a vote to eventually approve the budget in the budget workshop?
I think what I'm thinking about is when I get a question on the street in Stokesdale that, hey, y'all are making having a budget meeting, what's that all about? And I want to be able to say, well, we're just going to discuss the budget, be glad to have you there.
Yeah.
But we're not going to be taking any votes, or we may vote on something, so there's a difference here. And so conceptually, I think you're just speaking about a pure workshop.
I really am. I don't recall any, in my first 2 years, I don't recall any votes in that workshop.
Well, we just kind of haggled
Just
around
discuss it.
with it.
What,
And I think that's an important distinction to make when that public notice goes out for our citizens. I'm okay either way, but I just think we have an obligation to let them have that information.
I think workshop speaks for itself. I don't think it's a meeting.
You're not allowed to take
Well-
any vote with regard to the budget
I
prior
used,
to a public hearing and those steps, so.
even to vote to increase a particular budget category or decrease a particular budget category or add a new one.
You won't be, that's all discussions. You won't need a motion and vote. It's all discussions. It all gets put into a final proposed budget that you'll vote up or down on.
Yeah, and Mr. Rigsby, I heard your question, and this has happened to me before. That's why I'm covering it. I have found myself at a workshop meeting where I thought no votes were going to be taken, and that has happened to me. So that's why I'm covering it now.
No, yeah, like he said, it's just discussions, and then at some point, we have to present the budget and let it lay, if I'm not mistaken, that's the proper term, for so many days.
Yeah,
before we can vote on it and all that, so
I
it's.
got you. Just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Tim,
When the
vote?
meeting,
We've already voted down to 10.
Tim has it.
Damn it.
when a meeting
I am I.
notice,
Tim is aye, I am aye.
What were you saying?
one comment, when a meeting notice is posted, whether it's a workshop or not, you're not allowed to take up any other items other than what's listed on that notice anyway, so. you
Repeat
cannot
that,
vote
if it's a workshop, you're not allowed to take up anything else?
unless you specifically put it on that special call meeting agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I was speaking about was votes that were directly impacting the budget process. I heard what Mr. Medlin said. I know what happened to me. All right, thank you.
Discussion and possible vote on closed session meetings. I think this is yours, Tim.
Minutes.
Yeah, where are my notes at?
I had a conversation with Ms. Martin earlier about this to know if, my question came up as a current council member, do I not have access to closed session minutes? Mr. Jones and I had this discussion and neither one of us was real clear, although I seem to think there's no reason I shouldn't. When I spoke with Ms. Martin, she told me that I do have access and that any other current council member would also have access. With that said.
Mr. Medlin's indicating that is correct.
And that was, she discussed that with me, and that was my advice.
Okay. With that said, I want to make a motion to release the March 12th, 2020 closed session minutes unredacted.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any discussion?
That would be after review by me. That everything says before it goes out, it's supposed to be reviewed by council.
You've already reviewed it.
Has it?
These are,
Already redacted it once?
yes.
Well, then it wouldn't be for redaction purposes. It would be just to make sure there's nothing else getting violated, confidentiality issues? Or, I don't know which ones. I haven't, it's not in front of me. I might be able to guess which one, but I'm just saying that generally the procedure is y'all do that and it's subject to going through me first, but I'm just asking.
Right, and that procedure has already happened. So they have gone, these minutes have gone to you already.
But I redacted things and now you're doing it unredacted.
Is that your
That is
motion?
my motion, yes, sir. Unedited, unredacted.
So I would recommend that you let it come back through me and at least look at what I redacted. And if I have any concerns, I can bring them to you. If not, I'll let you know, that's fine. I mean, I don't have veto power. I'm just saying, I'd point out if I have concerns or any issues that legally.
I think that's sound advice. I think that's what we're paying him for.
My motion remains.
Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Foy seconded my motion.
He did. Any other discussion? Jim?
No.
Derek?
Aye.
Jimmy?
Aye.
Tim?
I'm aye.
I'm also aye.
Okay, so I'm clear. We're releasing them as written.
This is March.
Who am I releasing
This is-
these to?
The date is March the 12th, 2020.
You're
Tim, is this a
you're
release?
just moving them into they're no longer protected. They're now part of the public records.
The regular minute book.
Right.
Now, while we're saying discussion on closed session minutes, aren't we under obligation to release after a certain amount of time?
There's not a time frame, but it's when it no longer needs the protection of a closed session, the reason why you went into closed session to begin with. So, annually or periodically, the clerk should probably review, or somebody should probably review those and see when it should be brought up.
Are we legally obligated to do that? I mean, we should be doing that,
Should be is a better word.
okay?
Just for,
I mean, we open and transparent.
just for clarification, I have an older index of closed session minutes that goes back to 2017, I believe. that I'm going to provide with to Miss Martin, so that she can check for any missing closed session minutes. Has been some, the files are in disarray, and that she's found them in a couple of different spots, I think. And we're still kind of trying to get it in good order. And then, once that's done, she can create an index and utilize mine as well, and we can figure out what we need to talk about releasing. Of course, things like the personnel can't be released, but for many, many years, when I was on council in my first term, the town of Stokesdale had never released one set of closed session minutes. And with some measure of effort, I was able to get council to start that process. And it was kind of a start and stop thing, because other things would come up and take priority. But I think we need to continue and get the town caught up. It's what we're required to do under the law, as I understand it. And so Ms. Martin, I think, is very capable of getting this sorted out with a little bit more time. And if we're missing any, we'll try to, scour the town hall and see if we can find them.
Any further discussion? Discussion and possible vote on agenda deadlines. Whose is this?
Well, I guess I'd put it on there. The agenda cutoff is still 2 o'clock, right, on Fridays? Is that correct? Or we changed that?
It has not been changed.
I'll take it as soon as you can get it to me, but yes, by 2 o'clock. I technically leave at 11:30,
Right.
but,
That's to get it out to the public. I mean, I noticed we added something to the agenda today. Are we gonna, that was something you want to talk about too, so.
As a matter of fact, I
I
did.
know we have items sometimes that come up.
Number 17A.
You done?
We're not, I don't ever want to act like we're not open and transparent about something. I was always concerned about somebody throwing something on the agenda that's, really serious and doing. I'm not really concerned with this council. But, on occasion, let's say a tree or something did fall over the walk or something, it was, instead of having to have an emergency meeting, I guess we're okay. I mean, do we need to change anything to do that, as far as our policy?
If anybody adds something to the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, we still have the chance to vote it down.
Well,
No, I'm okay with doing it. I'm just saying, do we need to change anything in the policies?
it's 11:20. I'll be quick if I may speak.
Yeah, go ahead. You can speak.
I can see both sides of this. Jimmy Landorf and I had a conversation, and he pointed out that it's always best if any agenda items are advertised to the public, go out on the sunshine list, and I absolutely agree with that. However, with that said, things come up in our form of government where we are the town managers, and we're with a strict policy in place. We're locked in for the week before the town council meeting. And by the current policy, we can't really freely add agenda items. As noted tonight, I did add an item for discussion that we're going to get to in a minute, and that kind of illustrates my point. In the past, this has been used politically against me specifically, and I'd be glad to cite instances of that with anybody that wants to choose to speak with me about it. But if I show up and add an agenda item, council is not obligated to approve the agenda with my item on it, so that's an opportunity to remove it.
Correct.
Okay, when we get to the agenda item, council doesn't have to vote on my agenda item. It can be continued, it can be tabled. So it's not like it's given an individual any power over the entire board from my perspective, but I think there are just those instances when things come up around here, when we need to do something, and that can be restrictive at times. And so I just wanted to have this conversation with the board. I'm not going to make a motion tonight, just let y'all be thinking about that. And one more point I will make: for many years in this building, at the beginning of each agenda, It basically had a statement, I'm paraphrasing here, but that, you know, any citizen that wants to add an agenda item, speak up. You know, it had a place to add and delete agenda items. If you'll go back and look in the agendas for many years, that's what you will find that it says. And so I'd just like for y'all to kind of think about this and see if there's some way we can tweak it so that, you know, we can serve our citizens in the best possible manner. And that's all I got to say about that.
So what you're saying, you wanna have it opened up to where the citizens can put an agenda item, like tonight, we had a, planning board issue, I think, during the citizens' comments.
I'm saying
Is that what you're
back in the old days, that's the way this town operated. I didn't say I was necessarily in favor of that, but that's the way the town operated.
I understand.
And I just know in the past that policy has been used as a tool to shut me out. When I am shut out and can't add an agenda item, I feel like the citizens that voted for me are shut out. I can live with it, but I feel like my neighbors, my relatives, friends that I represent, that they're being shut out of the process when I'm having trouble getting an agenda item on the agenda for these meetings. And so I'm a little sensitive about it. And I'm not, you know, you guys, you know, are a night and day difference to work with compared to some I have. And so I just want you to, you know, consider this. There's some middle ground we could reach with it. You know, maybe you're satisfied with the way it is and don't want to change it. So.
Well, to your point, even if you added something, and I think I made this point earlier, even if you add something at the last minute, just before or just right after the meeting starts, there's nothing to force any of the rest of us to continue it on the agenda.
Correct.
So I think that kind of protects itself. Now, if that's how you were, pushed aside, then.
Well, be glad to speak with you in private.
Okay.
It's almost 11:30. I don't get too deep into this.
I know some of the stuff he's talking about, but you're not gonna have that with us. I mean, I just wanna make sure that we're being open or transparent to the public, that we don't make any major decisions. I'm talking about, you know, if it's an emergency decision, one thing, we can have an emergency meeting in 2 hours. But, that we don't, you know, and I trust that none of you guys would do that. Well, 3 of us wouldn't anyway. I know that out of all of us, there'd be 3 that wouldn't do something major to the town on that, so. I mean, I'm fine with putting small items on that we need to talk about, because they do come up, and we don't want to wait another month.
What was your agenda item you wanted to add, Tim?
Have we moved on to the next item?
Yes.
Is that where we're at?
Yes, I believe.
You have a motion here, Tim?
No.
I do not. I'd just like for council to consider that. I don't take it, especially at this late hour.
Well, I mean, we took the amendment. I mean, we did it this
Yeah,
time, so we're fine.
well, the current policy allows us to add an item for discussion, but not for a vote, except in the event of an emergency, unless something's been changed. I don't have it in front of me. Anyway, our fee schedule.
That's what it is.
My best understanding is the town of Stokesdale is required to have a fee schedule. I don't know, I think this falls into the finance shop, I think. And so this fee schedule should have everything on it that the town of Stokesdale, in a sense, sells. That would be a rental for a picnic shelter, a water meter, a tap, a copy, whatever it might be. I asked staff about this not too long ago, and we couldn't really find one. I think the one we found was like 3 years old, and it wasn't complete. So I'm just suggesting to council that maybe we need to figure out some way to fix this problem. It would make it a lot simpler on the staff if it's all on one schedule like it's supposed to be. When they get a question from a citizen, you know, they don't have to call that citizen back while they scrounge around through the town hall looking for the correct answer. But as I understand it, it is a requirement. So, I mean, we don't have any choice about it. Am I correct?
You are correct. I never did find one from last year. So when I created one, it's kind of at the last minute. And so I created the budget, it was at the last minute. did not have a chance to do that, but I did bring it up to council last year.
Yeah.
When you did the budget meetings, that you do need a schedule.
And by extension of that, these are the things like the planning board fees that we need to be looking at, especially in an inflationary period where we may need to make adjustments. You know, the town of Stokesdale, I don't know when the last time we raised our planning board fees, for example, but I think this, you know, is a process that we should go through and review the fee schedule just like we do the budget. And so I think we need to get this, to look at it and see if we need to make any adjustments.
Who would be the appropriate person to update that?
Well, again, I think it's in the finance officer's shop. So, I mean, you know, there are other towns out there that simply have their fee schedule up online, and, you know.
We will have you.
Yeah.
We had water fees and tap fees, and that was it.
And one more thing real quick. Mr. Joe Thacker and his friends had a discussion with them recently. They were exploring the possibility of his group having an event somewhere in the town of Stokesdale. I happened to be in a room. They asked me about the possibility of renting the town parking lot, the park parking lot, one or the other, or both. And my response was, I don't think it's on the fee schedule. We hadn't set a rate for that. I think insurance issues could come up. There could be conflicts with the kids using soccer field on Saturday and all sorts of things. But I'll mention it to council so you can be thinking about it. I don't know if we need to go down this path or not. One thing that we need to be cautious of is, you know, whatever we do for one group, we have to do for everybody. And so if we make the rental rate, you know, $1 versus $1,000, we're going to encourage everybody to flock here and use our facility and possibly run up our expenses. And so I promised them that I would mention it to council, so got that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim, could we please see a fee schedule once y'all put this together in the budget meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Again, like we said, we had the water last year, but
Gotcha.
we did not put the other fees, and I will get with Phil on that as far as, you know, for the park and town hall rental copies. So, not the town parking lot right now.
No.
I've also got a question for Tom. If there happen to be any changes in the water fees charges to customers, is that a change in our ordinance, or is that just a fee schedule change?
That's governed separate under our water enterprise fund, isn't it?
It is. It's always something that I've just wondered.
Yeah, I see your point.
I thought that was, I don't know.
I don't know.
Just let me know
I have to
sometime.
look it up.
Just let me know sometime.
I don't specifically remember that getting passed as an ordinance. Then, because it's not part of the budget ordinance, is it? So I don't think it's been an ordinance. I think it's probably a fee, but I need to, I can.
Put it in there.
All right.
Let me plug this announcement in here. We've got a planning board meeting
We got closing comments by
Oh,
council.
we're not there yet. We got this other.
And citizens.
We've got to let the
first.
citizens do. I just thought I'd plug this in
My
before we
bad,
close
brother.
it out.
My bad. You're right.
Planning board meeting Thursday, February 24th at 7 PM at Town Hall. Town council meeting Thursday, March the 10th at 7 PM. Now, let's open this up for citizens' comments. Is anyone on the floor? Yes, ma'am, if you'll step to the podium.
Hi, Beatrice Abella, 8111 Ridgeback Court. Just a couple quick questions. I saw from last month's YouTube video of this meeting that you guys had started, you were in the preliminary stages of looking into a backup source for our water supply, and that you've begun discussions with Rockingham County. And I just had a couple questions. I'm new to the area, so I just want to catch up. Just was wondering why we were looking into a second source for the water supply, if there were any issues with our current provider in Winston-Salem that have led you down that path. And my second question is, who can we talk to if we have additional questions or concerns regarding this item?
Well, Mr. Jones and I all we did was make a preliminary appointment and meeting with the leaders in Rockingham County. Based on that meeting, we weren't, I don't think either I wasn't real hopeful about anything. To answer your second question, our water supply comes from Winston-Salem for Forsyth County. Our water pipe crosses over Blues Lake down here on 158.
Okay.
And it's that big pipe that's on the bridge. If you're going west, it's on the left-hand side. Our concern, just hypothetically, if a tractor trailer decided to go off right there into the lake, that would interrupt our water supply. Gentlemen, correct me if I'm wrong. That would leave us, the only water we would have left would be what's in the tower until we can repair it. Our concern, Mr. Jones and I had this conversation outside the council, just thinking out loud, what would happen? So we went to Rockingham County, and this conversation has been had before with previous council members. But the conversation we had was not real fruitful. We are not by any means planning to make any big changes or anything like that. That's not what it's about. It was just a secondary water supply, and quite frankly, what may end up happening, this is just me, I'm not voicing an opinion for anybody else, but we may have to loop this Forsyth County water supply back into Kernersville. They get theirs from the same place.
Let me help here.
Please.
If you want to hang out a few minutes after this meeting, I would be glad to cover this real quick with you, but it's mostly just a long-range planning thing. You know, we're not about to run out of water. Water's safe to drink. It's inspected by the state, and it's regulated. You know, there's no immediate problem.
And if you ever were to make a change, I'm assuming that you would make sure that the, processes,
Absolutely.
If you want
Nextdoor
Align.
app is a scary place
Yep.
sometimes.
Nobody's looking to change.
Okay.
If you want to hang out a minute, I think I
Okay.
can help you.
Okay, thank you.
We're just trying to uncover everything, and we're looking at all possibilities. That's, they went down there, and there's other places, they're looking
And I'd
at
warn you
routes and
about
things. And, who knows?
It makes sense. Okay.
I would like to be on the record that, to answer part of her question, we absolutely have no intention of leaving the city of Winston-Salem. They've been a good partner for us, and this was just part of the previous study about water age and second source, but regardless of those talks, we have no intention of leaving the city of Winston-Salem.
To answer your question about who can you contact if you ever have any questions like this, the first line of contact is always Ms. Martin or the staff, the town clerk, but also all of town council's email addresses and phone numbers are on our webpage.
And we have business cards out here on the reception area, so feel free to pick one up. If we can't answer it, we can get somebody who can answer it. Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
Council comments?
Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight, and hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thank y'all very much for coming out. We're pushing midnight here. Earlier in the meeting, during citizens' comments, and I believe that's a time for citizens to speak, so try not to speak up in rebuttal to them. I'm not always successful. But earlier in the meeting, we had a citizen, Martindale, alleged that the town council did not follow the town council's policies when appointing planning board members. I certainly appreciate that he got up and shared that with us. I plan on calling Mark tomorrow. I do feel that it's appropriate for me to at least make a rebuttal to his statement. I was not aware the town council had any policies as to appointing planning board members. It's my position there still is no policy. There is a statute that the town council appoints planning board members. Mr. Nadell did give us the Stokesdale Planning Board Rules of Procedures. This is not a policy or rules of procedures for town council. This is the rules and procedures for the planning board itself. Mark will speak his mind. I think that's great. I wish he was here to hear my rebuttal. I will talk to Mark and tell him exactly what I said tonight, but I do disagree with his statement about that. And the document, maybe you guys received a different document, but the document he gave me were strictly the rules and procedures for the planning board members themselves, not the Stokesdale Town Council.
Jimmy?
Well, I'd like to add a little bit to that. I believe one of his complaints was somebody was put on the planning board straight and didn't go to as an alternate. That has been done, as actually was done when he was on the planning board. There was a gentleman who was actually got voted in as the vice chairman.
He was.
He had never served a day. And, I mean, so it's
Mr.
nothing-
Nadell actually nominated him
Oh,
to
did
be the
he?
vice chairman.
Oh, wow. Wow. So it that has been done before, and, nobody's doing any monkey business or anything, but thanks everybody that stayed. Hope everybody has a good night. It's about breakfast time.
I'd like to thank the three folks that are still present here. You're dedicated, I'll say that for you. Speaking to the planning board issue, it's the town council's responsibility to appoint the planning board members, and that's always in a state of flux for one reason or another. People move in town, they move out of town, they get ill. We just recently had a planning board member, Mr. Stuart Hommel, that I'd like to recognize. He passed, and he's been a fixture with our planning board for many, many years, and, we'll all miss him. And so at any point in time, the planning board is apt to be in a state of flux for one reason or another, and we try to get a cross-section of the community because if we weren't careful, all we would have on it would be older retired folk because they have the most time, and we would rather make an attempt to get a cross-section of the community when possible. So that's an issue, and it's not necessarily, it's a people business, and it's not necessarily an easy thing for us to manage at times. And then, we have 6,000 opinions in town, and Mr. Nadell is one of those. And so, again, thank you all for attending.
I'd also like to thank you all for attending. We had a really good turnout tonight. I was amazed at the number of people. With that said, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Hear a second? I got a second. Jim?
Absolutely.
Derek?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy? Tim?
Oh, come on, can we stay longer?
No, I'm done.
Sure you don't want to talk